Hello, fellow walkers. Hello there. So, here we are again, and today we'll have a Zendika Rising Best of 1 draft. As usual, we will go thoroughly through all the picks, all the gameplay. I'll try to explain the best as I can what's going on in my mind at each moment. And we'll close the session, as usual, with a retrospective on the draft portion. So we'll try to understand what went well, what didn't, like trying to pick knowledge that we gained only later in the draft, in the early beginning of it. If you don't know me yet, I'm Diogo, and I'm on this journey to improve in Magic and in life, and I want as many people to join me and to grow together as possible, essentially. And I also want to share it with everyone, so whomever finds it interesting. In this stream or on my streams, we'll typically be reviewing also some level up articles. For today, we have a very interesting one from Paulo Vitor Damo da Rosa, and it's focused on being beginner friendly because everyone is a beginner. There's actually something called beginner's mindset that says that you should keep yourself, you should be humble in order to maximize the chances for learning. Keep this mindset that I don't know it all, right? And I very much think that way. I couldn't else otherwise because I don't know that much. And yeah, we will apply this knowledge during gameplay. So the focus is to employ deliberate practice to improve. And we'll also, from time to time, it's a recurring topic by now, we'll try to frame these topics on the day-to-day decisions that we all face, right? Because I truly believe that Magic boundaries go well beyond the tabletop. Okay, so it's a recurring topic in this stream to take these facts or this knowledge and try to apply it elsewhere. Okay, and as always, you can accompany this journey. The main platform is definitely on Twitch, but if you're already watching this on YouTube, hi there, and feel free to follow me if you're interested in this content. But you can also reach out to me on so besides YouTube, on Twitter and Instagram. I'm relatively active there. And you can find the links on the sweet new panels that I was working on yesterday. They gave a ton of work to do. Without further ado, let's actually start by reviewing the article for today, shall we? So you probably have noticed I have completely I revamped my stream. I spent actually yesterday's the whole day and a bit of Friday working on it because I wanted to celebrate getting to affiliate, and I want to improve the quality of this stream as best as I can, so that you can take more out of it, so that we can learn more together. The more people I reach out, the more people we are able to discuss these ideas with, and the more we all collectively grow. That's something that I'm quite passionate about. So, for the article for today, as I said previously, it's by Paulo Vitor Damo da Rosa. He's a Brazilian Magic player. He's the current world champion, I believe. Probably we're close to another championship. I don't know the dates for it, at least this year. Next year I might participate, just kidding. But yeah, I think we should be relatively close to another championship. But this is an article from 2017 on 8 biases that are making you worse at Magic. I picked this article because I like a lot to study this sort of psychological and philosophical aspects of life, essentially. But this article, it adds so much knowledge that I was not that familiar with, that I like. You face some of these things in one way or the other, but it's such a good collection of biases that you should be paying attention to and control for your decision making. I found it just awesome. So that's the article that we'll review today. Besides that, if you're not aware yet, I've been working on a few spreadsheets as a way to share those this sort of resources with everyone. One of them, it's this collection of articles, and that you can access via the command articles. Articles. So you get a link for it, and today's article, the only ones that are sorted again are the ones that we already reviewed. We're actually entering a period of time where we'll be reviewing several articles from Paulo Vitor Damo da Rosa, which you can already see here. Is as LSV says, is probably one of the best MTG strategy writers that ever existed. So we'll be celebrating by reviewing some of his articles, which I think are very good. If you haven't yet found his new YouTube channel, you should also look into that. There's a lot of good stuff in there. So for today then, 8 biases that are making you worse at Magic, and let's begin. So biases, if you're not aware, are like systematic deviations from a standard of rationality or good judgment, as the author puts it. This is quite intuitive, so I'm putting the hands in front of my face. This while is a concept that is quite intuitive, something key to understand is how our brains are flawed, right? And there's everyone that thinks otherwise. I don't think they actually put much thought into it. But generally speaking, our brains are flawed. They're really prone to be influenced by forces that are not good for us or good for our community, like racism. That's a bias, and that's really bad. But even people, and there's a lot of studies on this, and it's quite scary actually. A lot of people that truly believe they are not racist, because of all the cultural signals that they still receive in 2021. It's actually ingrained in the subconscious sometimes, and it's quite scary. But that's why being aware of these facts is really important. So studying biases, understanding how can you overcome biases and all of that, it's very, very valuable. Okay. Yes, of course, and with the objective of understanding. So first, being aware of that they exist, and then identify what you can do to compensate for them, to adjust your decisions so they keep being as optimal as possible. So 8, there are 8 of them. I won't take very long on each. You can always read the article afterwards. It's still very much up to date, the whole article. It's not really that much specific besides one small aspect or two down below, but we'll just skim over them and try to provide you the base for understanding each. So the first one is pick and rule. What this essentially means is after a given experience, you'll evaluate it depending based on essentially not on the whole progress of it, but based on two moments. One, how it peaked, how the experience peaked. So was there a lot of pain? Was there a great joy at some point? And how it ended. Our brains are really are that narrow. There are actually some interesting studies on this that you can look for, but it's something that affects every aspect of our lives, right? If we do a test where it was actually 4 hours, but we felt pretty great at college. I mean, we felt pretty great. There was an answer, a hard one that we believed that we answered quite well, and we ended in a good note. Okay, that's cool. If we, on the other hand, if we had a test of 30 minutes, we might and it was actually quite gruesome to go through and all of that, we might not feel that comfortable after it. Yeah, so there are some situations where actually both players in a given match or even while testing, both players might feel like they were favored on a given matchup. And why is that? Because they are focusing on different things. So for example, on an aggro versus control matchup, from the aggro deck controller's perspective, it's like, okay, the games that I won them very quickly. I was dominating. The control player didn't even have a chance. So it felt great for me. And then the control matchup, the control deck controller. It's a bit redundant, but he might feel like when he won, he was under control for over 30 minutes or something. So there was a lot of exchange, but in the end, he was able to curve out to essentially overcome the early aggro from the other player and come out on top. The thing is, they are focused by focusing on different aspects of the games. It's like each get a different perspective on it, and the best way to deal with this is really to keep track of results. But this has some slight caveats that we'll look into a bit later. The thing is, at least by keeping track of your results, you will stop thinking that control is, in this example and given by the author, that the control is favored every time, simply because you spend more time winning than you do losing. And this is actually something interesting, right? Because you spend half an hour, but you lose in half an hour. You could lose like 3 games or to the aggro player, but you spent half an hour winning. That's huge. So you feel like you counterbalance the other player's wins. More. Moving on. The second one is gambler's fallacy, and this is also an interesting one. All of them are very interesting and useful too. So the gambler's fallacy, as the author, I think he transcribed this from Wikipedia, the tendency to think that future probabilities are altered by past events, when in reality they are unchanged. And why is this interesting? And the author presents an argument. Let's say that you're playing an aggro deck but in limited, and you actually have 17 lands because you need, and you open up, you have a hand with one land and several low drops. Okay, and you look at it, you don't draw a land for the first 3-4 turns of the game, and you lose. You do the same thing on the second game. The third game, you might actually mulligan it because you think, okay, I'm just screwed. It's nothing. There's nothing I can do. That's actually not the case. So your in Magic, as we discussed in the past, there's a lot of variability, right? This variability implies that you will be playing against the odds. You will be playing with probabilities, and if there's a decision that gives you 55% chance of winning and 45% chance of losing, well, that 45% is still a lot, so you will lose a lot, and those losses those two early losses might fall into those 45% bucket, right? So while it's useful to evaluate what is happening and adjust accordingly, you should also keep being aware of the fundamentals, right? You should understand what's going on, what's going right and what's going wrong, and on the long haul you will get paid off by making the decisions that give you 55% chance of winning. Okay? So again, it's about maximizing the percentage of winning and not essentially like looking retrospectively and adjust by every single signal that you receive. No, most signals that you receive in a game like Magic, or a lot of them, not most, are just noise. So are things to confuse you. So it's very important to keep that in mind. There's a counter. There's something that counterbalances this fallacy, the gambler's fallacy, which is if you get worse, a lot of worse outcomes, or let's say that you get a worse outcome, worser than your average, for example, like you had a tournament where you didn't win a single game. While the future probabilities are not altered by past probabilities, you're still more likely to get better outcomes than worser outcomes than what you got in that tournament. Okay, statistics and probabilities are a bit fuzzy, tricky to understand. It's definitely a field that interests me a lot and that I study a lot. So we can discuss this kind of things later. But just be aware of this. If you get a very bad outcome, it's more likely that you get a better outcome than that, than a worser outcome than that. And sometimes English, it's a bit tricky. I tweeted this week about like when I'm reviewing these sessions and evaluating my gameplay, taking out some highlights and all of that, I'm constantly yelling at me like, oh, you should have said like this. It's actually quite funny. So I guess we reviewed this. The thing that you need to do to control for this is stop doing it. Again, be aware of it and try to control for it. Third one. In third, we have illusion of control. The illusion of control. It's interesting to understand that. These are like small pieces of knowledge that you can keep in handy, like 2 or 3 words that you can trigger when these situations happen. Sometimes, as I discussed in the previous stream, I keep like post-its close to me or post-its on the background of my desktop, so that I'm reminded of these things. Okay, that's a strategy until you get it ingrained in you. So illusion of control, it's the tendency to overestimate one's degree of influence over the external events. We've talked a lot about this, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. But again, Magic is a game of high variability. You will still feel that you have a lot of agency, because you're acting, you're doing stuff, and if you don't do it, you're much more likely to lose. But if you follow the standard procedure, that will get you already to a very nice spot, I would say. And the author then he he explains that yes, in Magic we're typically told to learn from our losses, but this might be a bit bad sometimes, because players might feel like they are always to blame for their losses, and this couldn't be farther from the truth, right? Actually, I have here a note. Yeah, but you still learn something from those losses. You should try to learn to identify what you could control and what you could not control, right? For example, if you draft, and this is something related to down below, if you draft a given, you're drafting, and at some point, like pick 6, pick 7, you find that the open colors are clearly red and white. But on pack 2, you have left out. You've passed a bomb in red and white just because it was a gold card. You passed it because you wanted a bit to prioritize a bit more flexibility. Well, you couldn't actually account for that at that moment in time, right? This is a bit related to illusion of control. You should not blame yourself for not picking that bomb because you had no way to know. So this is a very obvious instance of illusion of control. There are most of the instances where this happens are a lot more nuanced, okay? So the harsh reality is that we're much less in control than we believe. Again, a bit related to our previous session. It's about problems versus circumstances. So identifying what are problems, that is things that we can control and act to influence, and circumstances. Those are like environment variables, stuff that happens to us and that we cannot control, but we should try to. They condition the kind of actions or decisions that we can take. Okay. And many yes, and it's important to note that this is not only true when we lose, but this is also true when we win. Sometimes some of our wins are just because it's not because we did something right. We might actually have done a lot of wrong moves and decisions throughout the game, but our opponent was flooded, screwed in mana, or whatever. There's a lot of things that could happen, right? Yes, so regarding, I was discussing this in the previous topic, but if you're making a decision that is like 55% correct, you shouldn't alter that like after you get it wrong, or the outcome falls under the 45%. Just because that happened, you should not adjust that. Because you should recognize that you played against the probabilities and you simply lost, and that's life. On the long run, it's about Magic. It's about consistency. Consistency in like how you act, how you decide. That's what gets you to a good stage, I would say. Yes, and the author says you have to accept that sometimes you lose, and there is nothing you could have done or nothing you should have done. And I highlighted this because of this second part, or nothing you should have done. Then this is a bit related to what we were discussing. It's like sometimes what could I have done? Maybe nothing. Maybe you acted accordingly, but due to variance, you got you got a loss just because of that. Hey Mikey, welcome. How are you doing? I hope you're enjoying your Sunday. So now, outcome bias. By the way, Mikey, today we're reviewing a series of bias, like ways that your brain tricks you. That's how I like to call them. So the fourth one is outcome bias. Again, it's about the tendency to judge a decision based on its eventual outcome instead of based on the quality of the decision at the time it was made. And this is very, very, very important. This is something that that Ben Stark, for example, does a lot on his stream. It's like during a game is very likely to sometimes it's easy to pinpoint also that decision actually lost you the game, but is very quick at recognizing that at the time, based on all the information available, that was definitely the best play, even though it geared him towards a loss. Okay, so that's something that everyone should consider. So it's not because you won or you lost that your preceding actions are good or bad. Okay, there are good or bad decisions, and both together can lead to either losses or wins. Okay. And this is sometimes the curse of being purely results oriented. And this is also related to a point that we'll see a bit down below, which is like if your sample is small enough, is very small, like 10, 20 games, sometimes even 30 games or whatever, you can take bad decisions and adjust your gameplay decisions based on noise instead of based on signal. Okay, I use a lot this distinction between noise and signal because I find it to be quite useful, to a good heuristic to keep in mind again, as usual. So then the author presents here an example where someone took a meta deck and he dropped three lands and had a 3/7 drops, which is something that mathematically typically shouldn't ever happen. Hey Mitch, it's a nice button, right? Oh, it's a nice button, right? I quite enjoyed it. I quite enjoy it. There's also a bunch of ideas that I put in on channel points. I was actually quite underwhelmed when I had like a list of 30 emotes or something that I wanted to get done, but I could only submit 3, and I was like heartbroken, truly. But yeah, we'll get there. Still, I already added some. Unfortunately, they weren't reviewed before this stream. But I will be working with a friend, with an artist friend, an illustrator friend of mine who's really, really good. At least I hope that he has availability for me. But yeah, I hope to include a bunch of more stuff in the coming weeks. At least I worked all the week on those things. So moving on. There was this deck, three fewer lands, 3 more 7 drops, and the deck actually won a tournament or whatever, and everyone was like, and like the author was complaining about, okay, but that doesn't make it a good deck. And again, variability and all of that influence this kind of outliers, yes. And everyone was complaining that he was just jealous about a deck that thought about things in a different way and actually got to win the tournament. So this is one of those fallacies that you should keep in mind, because it's very, very usual to have this influence wrongly your behavior. Let me just check. Is music playing? No, it is not for some reason. Let's move on. In the end, we understand that a 55% decision is just that, so we'll get 45% wrong. you will invariably be proven right if you make the wrong decision, but that doesn't mean it magically becomes the right decision. So this is the key aspect, right? Since we're working with probabilities, you're bound to have your wrong decision prove itself right, because it gets you to a win or something, right? So that's not a reason for you to actually adjust and make that decision instead of the 55% one. Fifth bias is insensitivity. Jesus, these words today. I think I'm having problems reading these words because of reading all the Kaldheim cards. There's so much text, and now, I don't know how to read English now. Insensitivity to sample size. Okay, this time I got it right. So as we discussed previously, this is a bit related to the tendency to under expect variation in small samples. And actually there are some exercises that you could do, like if you probably many people, if they throw a coin and they register the outcomes, they expect something close to heads, tails. That's not how probabilities work. On the long haul, you are likely to get 50% heads, 50% tails. Yes, and the longer that span is, the more likely it is to get that outcome. But on shorter samples, sometimes you get even heads, tails, or something like that. And that is not uncommon. That probably has higher percentage of happening than many other things. There are some interesting things that might be counterintuitive in the realm of probabilities, for sure. So the author explains that when they were drafting and preparing for tournaments, it was quite common to have to put a lot of weight in the information gathered in those gatherings, but actually the sample size was quite small. So the author proposes a bit of a different approach, right? First of all, he admits that nowadays, so he being a pro, they still deal with this kind of information. They still keep records of what's going on during testing and use that information, but always adjusted to this bias, right? To this insensitivity to sample size. So there are two things that one can do. One is make your sample size larger, right? But sometimes you cannot really put 1,000 games into something. Hey, Stevio, welcome. How are you doing in this, beautiful Sunday? I'm not really sure. Here in Portugal, it's not that beautiful. Outside, it's beautiful inside, which is what matters during the pandemic. Great, I'm glad. You arrived just in time before we finish our article review. Today's article is very interesting. I really advise you to all take a look. You can find it via the articles command if you want to take a look. And this is actually widely applicable, not only for Magic. It uses some Magic examples, but it's definitely widely applicable. I really like this article. So besides making a sample size, your best friend is Portuguese. So yeah, they should be a really good person. And that's like what Portuguese people do. They are just nice people. Oh, that's cool. So I'm glad. So you're getting married. I'm glad to hear that. That's cool. So yeah, where were we? Second thing that you can do is don't play test to know what happened, so to retroactively understand, okay, mono green food won against Desert Flash at a win rate of 52%, whatever. I'm just making stuff up. Instead of tracking that, what you can do is take the specific situations that happen, the patterns of gameplay that show up relatively consistently, or from one or almost every single game, or close to that, and out of those instances, extrapolate to wider results. And there are a lot of aspects when this is actually very helpful, because you get to understand, you get to swim against the current sometimes, okay? Because you deconstruct what's given as common knowledge, and that's not always the case. Fingers crossed, man. Let's see if 2021 enables you to get that. I'm also glad that you're here, Stevie. I'm really glad that you joined us today. The more the merrier, and this is probably, even for people that don't play Magic that often, this first part for my Sunday's stream, I think they are an interesting aspect, or at least I've been getting some interesting feedback on them, and it's something that we can all probably take a lot from. At least I do on preparing this and on discussing this with everyone on chat. It's definitely interesting. Okay, so better understand how likely it is to happen again, and how you can extrapolate big conclusions from relatively small amounts of data. Because typically these patterns of gameplay that show up, they will lead you somewhere, okay? So they will, since they are typically recurring and either turn the tide for your opponent or for you or whatever, there's some percentage points of win rate that are floating, and you can get a perception of how this is happening. So, point 6, selective perception, and this is we're just missing 3. Selective perception is about the tendency for expectations to affect perception. This is we could have a full discussion. Hey, Yersay! Hey there! How are you doing? Welcome! So today, this is a big discussion to have. There's a big discussion to have here, but the key thing is, whatever you expect, it will affect your perception. It will affect your enjoyment too. And that's something very important. That's something that we'll hopefully have the chance to work on in the coming sessions, like stream sessions, because expectations mean a lot, and the human brain is like geared towards expecting more and more and more and more, and that's typically really bad, okay, because you get trapped on an hamster's wheel, and you're achieving more, but you don't even celebrate what you achieved, or you're achieving more just in order to want more, and that's really counterproductive. That's not good, to put it simply, and that's something that I fall prey of, for sure, and I definitely fall prey of that. And there are some things that you can do, like practicing meditation and altogether adjusting your expectations on a daily basis, right? So moving on, there's this bias is really applicable to building decks, right? Because from the start, if you're building a deck, you're already expecting it to be great. But it's sometimes this leads you to build up evidence on it is great, because you had an amazing turn 3 where you completely ruined your opponent's chances of winning the game or whatever, but you are not accounting, you're probably attributing all the losses that you had to external circumstances, and that's not good. That's typically not good, because what got you in that place was probably the decisions that were baked into the deck. So yeah, we're more inclined to accept evidence that tells us a deck is good, because this will make our deck feel better. This is also applicable, for example, if you're late on for a tournament, or you're late on preparing a paper for college or whatever, or for delivering a work, because you will try to focus on all the things that come out of it that are good, and don't actually zoom out and look at the big picture and understand where the errors are present. I'm 10-4 with my Grixis Giants build. Oh, that's cool, you say? Giants is really powerful in Kaldheim Limited, for sure. It's a bit tricky to build the 2-drop, the 2 drops and all of that are a bit elusive, but it's a fun archetype, I believe. I will try to take a look into your stream. You will probably be streaming it at some point. 7th and second to last, availability cascade. This is about a self-reinforcement, and this one is probably the most interesting one. Oh, nice. I will open it up in a second. So a self-reinforcing process in which a collective belief gains more and more plausibility through its increasing retention in public discourse. It's basically, and this is a nice translation, repeat something long enough and it will become true. Okay? And this is very, very, very much relevant in today's society because of all the political implications that derive from this kind of bias. These and other ones are influencing it. So it's really something very important to be aware of, and to have the capacity to question common knowledge or common sense. The author goes into a specific example that's like, okay, the common knowledge was that a given matchup was bad for a given deck, but actually after testing and after understanding the patterns that emerge from it, they arrive to exactly the other conclusion, both pre-sideboard and post-sideboard. And probably this happened because at some point someone said that, and other people essentially kept on repeating it, and at some point that becomes the truth, even though it isn't. The way to compensate for this is know that people can be wrong, even pro players and all of that, so that something is not necessarily true because it's common knowledge, and that you are able to challenge it. So even if you don't know a lot, sometimes just the process of challenging something can get you in a position where you learn why it was common knowledge, right? Sometimes it's useful to understand, for example, a given archetype. Why are people so low on this while this is such a fast aggro deck? Oh, because there are board wipes and a lot of there's a lot of the format is slow enough that it's more about accruing value than being aggro, because people have ways to counterweight that in the early beginning of the game. And last one, pro-innovation bias. This is also a bit related to deck building. It's about the tendency to have an excessive optimism towards an invention or innovation usefulness throughout society while failing to identify the limitations and weaknesses. Again, this is a bit related to the one that we saw above. It's like just because something is new, it doesn't mean that it's better than whatever existed. It's good too when you face something new. You actually give it the chance of so be positive at first and try to understand its strengths and where its weaknesses. But it's very, very important to not stop there and then try to understand where the weaknesses of the deck, of the decision, whatever are. And then try to understand, okay, is it possible to keep the strengths of the deck and still work throughout the and work to improve on the limitations and weaknesses of it? So that's something to consider. So this is the article for today. Let me just open up the deck from that Hearsay sent. I want to take a look into these giants. 23 lands. Oh, this doesn't really work here in Ether, probably. Can I compare? What is going on? It doesn't have the Kaldheim cards. Too few cards in the main deck, whatever. I can export. So, whatever. Let's look into this. Okay, so a few snow lands. Light step pathway. Oh, black. Invasion of the Giants. Yeah, you said Grixis, so Hagar. Damn. 1, 2. Okay, I guess there are some additional snow stuff here. Croxa. Squash, Battle of Frost and Fire. Hagar. 2 Hagars. Yeah, it's legendary, so it's a bit tricky. And it depends on how much removal you have. Invasion of the Giants. Cool. Yeah, this seems to be quite important to, and even in limited, to not fall behind easily on turn 2, and be able to actually cast your giants when they are still valuable for you, right? Okay, this deck looks cool. I will keep the tab open so I can take another look into it later. For now, let's jump to our draft. Okay. Not decks. So, as promised, we'll go into a premiere draft of Kaldheim. Yes, I want to spend my coins. And let's switch up the view so I don't hide the beautiful cards with my face. Okay, table is ready. And we're about to start. Okay, so we have a pathway that this is not a first pickable card. Really, Binding of the Old Gods is really good. Even though it's gold, it's kind of splashable. Even if you're base green, it's relatively easy to splash black. So, and it enters battlefield, it destroys a creature, then you ramp a bit, then your creatures gain Death Touch, which is not as relevant, but it can still be. Augury Raven, it's also an interesting card. Other than that, it's like the snow-covered forest, really. Glimpse the Cosmos, it's actually quite good. Probably it would be my third pick, just because I think Augury Raven is slightly more. It finds itself into more decks and Glimpse of the Cosmos. If you have Changelings or if you have Giants, of course, it's quite good, but it's not the best thing ever. Kaya's Onslaught is a good reason. It's an interesting card for an aggro deck. It can combo with Run Amok and all of that too. So if you have a double striker trampler creature that you're pumping and all of that, it's just great. To follow our pick, there's Morite or Morit or whatever. Feed the Serpent is a good removal. It's a bit expensive, but when compared to Morit, a copy of Permanent, it is a Changeling still. This is... It's between Morit, Feed the Serpent, and Snow-Covered Island, I believe. Kaya's Onslaught would also be good, but these are the cards that pair better with our first pick. Masked Vandal is also interesting, but between the two, we can pick probably Masked Vandals later, I would say. So let's try the Feed the Serpent. It's a bit expensive, but the games go a bit late, so it can do some work. Okay. Clarion Spirit is a card that works very well in a Orzhov deck, as well as Battlefield Raptor, as well as Bound in Gold. All of these cards are good. Well, Battlefield Raptor is a notch behind. Jarl of the Forsaken is a really, really good combat trick. I've been quite surprised by this card. AG Force, welcome, man. Welcome. How are you doing? What have you been working on lately? Snow-Covered Swamp. We're still not sure. This is pack 3. Let's see if on pick 4 to 8 or something we find Snowlands. Clarion Spirit is very powerful. I think it's the best card in the pack. You definitely need to prioritize less expensive stuff for your deck, for sure. Harald, King of Scamfar. This is not a signal that Elves is open, for sure. Well, it's a gold card. This is pick 4. So what we are seeing here, we're seeing a Raise the Draugr, we're seeing a Tormentor's Helm, even though it's still early for this. We have the Snow-Covered Mountain, so that's a possibility. Raise the Draugr works well with Harald, and it works well with our colors. So the thing about this set is many creatures have two creature types. So for example, this is an elf and a warrior. This is a giant and a berserker. So it's quite common to have an intersection between types, right? So typically you get I'm 2 target creatures that share a creature type from your graveyard to your hand. Exactly, I read the card correctly. It's interesting to see that we're seeing a bunch of Snowlands, and we'll discuss this a bit later. But Snowlands, snow decks are very, very powerful because, so like giants, it's something that there are a bunch of cards that are close to unplayable or very bad at least, or bad in other decks that are not snow or that are not giants. And in a dedicated snow or dedicated giants deck, it's just awesome. So I might pick Shimmer Drift Veil. It can help me cast Binding of the Old Gods as a splash and things like that, while we amass a bit more information from the pack. So pick 6, we already don't see the land. The cards in this pack are not that powerful, I believe. Story Seeker is a nice, it's a nice 2-drop for the Orzhov deck, which we would be happy to play. We're not seeing black in this pack, so I also don't find a reason to jump into red right now. Green, there's Guardian Glade Walker, so Changeling. When enters battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. 2-drop that can grow on. So I only have Binding of the Old Gods in green. This is also not really a reason for me to jump into green. Oh, Masked Vandal on pick 7. That's a bit late. There's also Depart the Realm. Probably people are still not regarding this card that highly. Doomscar Oracle. It can work quite well in our Orzhov deck if we happen to play Orzhov. God's All Guardian is not that great in that deck, but probably it would still get played, simply because it doesn't help on double spelling. Mixing the next beat. Hey, nice GeForce. Release it later today or tomorrow morning. 10th grade physics experiments as computer simulations in P5JS. Oh, that's cool. I don't know exactly that library, but it looks quite good. In time to see the draft part of the draft. Yeah. It's not so today you're finding out that I'm not asking for someone else to do the draft for me and then passing me the deck pre-built, right? So a few green cards, actually just Masked Vandal or Scamfar Elderall are good enough. I'm still not sure if I should. I was actually about to pick the land, but we seem to be picking some interesting white cards. At least white seems to be relatively open. Coldspell Cleric is a card that you'll typically play in all your white decks. We're still not 100% sure about our second color, so I would prefer black, but green also works in a way. But again, the only green card that we have is black and green. So GeForce, you actually before the draft we reviewed an article from okay, let's just pick something like this because it has foretell and it's cheap. An article from Paulo Vitor Damo da Rosa, and it's a very good very good article, I would say. Very insightful. One of the most insightful articles that I read previously. So there are some articles that I review that they provide a good framework to talk about some topics, but that one actually taught me a lot. I learned a lot from that article. In a deck like this, typically Orzhov is quite aggressive, even more an Orzhov deck that is mostly white, as our deck is looking to be. So Jarl of the Forsaken is a great combat trick for those situations. We can use essentially one of our less expensive creatures as a way as a removal spell, okay? Because we block our opponent's creature, we have this card Foretold, and we pay 2 mana for that. Or even better, on our combat step, we attack, they block, and we kill the creature afterwards, and we still play something else, and we get double spell synergies and all of that. So I won't be playing with sideboard, given what we're doing here, but I'll get these two. Revitalize won't get played, only if I get short on playables, but white seems to be quite open in there. We're still not sure if we'll be splashing for this. Probably not, unless we open a broken green rare or something. Out of this pack, Alrund's Epiphany, it's interesting and it can do some work, but in limited I don't expect it to be the best thing ever. You need a lot of things to go right. This Usher of the Fallen is it's definitely nice, and your opponent typically will want to block this, so it will work well with your combat tricks to save it from attacks. Other than that, Carfell is quite nice. Master Scald, it's harder to be played on this in this deck, as well as Carfell, so I'm lowering a bit the value on this. The other blue or the other card in there was also very cool. Oh, Blood in the Snow and Ascent of the Worthy. So let's read very quickly these two cards. I think those are the two ones in consideration. Goldvein Peak and so on could be considered, but Blood in the Snow, destroy all creatures, destroy all planeswalkers, and return a creature or planeswalker card. Okay, so this requires snow, which is a bit concerning for us. Ascent of the Worthy. Until your next turn, all damage that will be dealt. Okay, this is not that good, right? Creature card with a flying counter on it. Creature is an angel warrior. So I think It's between Blood in the Snow and Stalwart Valkyrie. I don't have that much snow, or I just have a single snow. So Blood on the Snow, I could still prioritize snow cards, but this card is also quite good, and we get a Furia. Oh, nice. Nice. So we get a Furia, which is like an engine on itself. So each time we just need to in this morning I was watching an episode from Limited Resources, and LSV actually got milled himself, I believe, with Furia, because it's like 3 cards that you're taking from your deck each time you double spell, so you need to be careful. But still, if you're prioritizing cheap stuff, this is just awesome. This is just awesome. This is like a card that combos with the Giant Ox, not really playable elsewhere. Axgard Braggart is quite good. I'm not prioritizing it on in this kind of deck. I would like a bit more removal, or at least combat tricks in these colors. Let us see what we get. Priest of the Haunted Edge, this is a payoff for getting into snow. Feed the Serpent is an expensive removal spell, but looking into this pack, that's likely my pick. There's also Snowfield Sinkhole, which I might prioritize, because it. So the thing about this double land thing is, it also helps me actually splashing green, because it essentially takes 2 places of my mana curve and joins 2 cards essentially, and joins it into a single card, so I can count. I have 1 more available slot for splashing green, so I might still play Binding of the Old Gods, and I like that. And I picked it over Feed the Serpent because, well, it keeps me myself a bit more open. Draugr Recruiter, return target creature card from your graveyard to your end. Okay, since my creatures are relatively inexpensive, I probably don't want to play that. Turgrid's Shadow, each player sacrifices 2 creatures. If I'm going wide, this can be good. So this combos well with Usher of the Fallen, the other spirit stuff, Shepherd of the Cosmos. Still, I think Shepherd is probably better. 4 mana, 3/3 flyer that gets me a card from your graveyard to the battlefield, so directly to the battlefield. This also pays me for making trades early, right? There's also Raise the Draugr and Return Upon the Tide. Return Upon the Tide is not really the card that I want to be playing in this deck. Raise the Draugr gets cards from the graveyard to my hand, and I can do stuff with them. I have 1. I would probably play another one, but I don't want to prioritize it. Oh, nice. We got the land. So this land is very, very good, because you essentially get, for 4 mana, you get a 4/4 White Angel with flying and vigilance. So you can attack, and then you have it available for blocking, and all of these packed on into a nice package, which is a land. So that's definitely the pick, I believe. Jarl, I would also be happy on having probably an additional one. Stalwart Valkyrie is also an interesting one. Clarion Spirits. Oh. Okay, so if this deck doesn't go well, it's either because of variance or because I screwed up. Okay? Or at least that's what I'm saying right now. So it's still better than Gold Maw Champion. It's very cheap. We want our curve to be really, really close to the ground. So this does a lot. Gul'vane Peak might get played. Carfell Canal Master, Deathkneel Berserker. So if it dies, if it power was 3 or greater, create a 2/2 black zombie. It's still early. We'll likely pick one or two equipments or something. I want to do trades, so this is a creature that trades quite well. Ascent of the Worthy wield because it's not that good of a card. So we have either Kama's Faithful or Snow-Covered Swamp. Each player mills cards, so we might want to pick this because we have raised the Draugr and there are some reanimation synergies in black. Okay, let's go. This deck is looking really good. Dusk Wielder is a relatively bad card. X card, Bragard, it's a nice card. It's a bit expensive, so I'm not sure how well we will be able to support it. So if we just get a bunch of snow, we might end up playing that. Tergrid Shadow or Warhorn Blast. This is cheaper to cast after Foretelling than Tergrid Shadow. I might pick the other one because of the same argument, reanimation and all of that, but it's a bit pushing it. Okay, Dread Rider, it's a finisher, but I don't want that kind of finishers. Varagoth, Blood Sky Sire. So it's a 2/3/4/3 with Death Touch. Okay, already looks good. That target player searches the library for a card. If I boast, then shuffles their library and puts the card on top of it. Okay. If we manage to draw some spells, it can work quite well with the rest of our deck. Other than that, I'm not really looking forward to any other pick. This puts 2 +1/+1 counters if I exile a creature and pay 3 mana. So this can, if left unchecked, can be quite good. I'm just a bit concerned about removal or that kind of stuff. Runed Crown, we don't have runes by now, so this is pack 3. We won't prioritize it right now. Other than that, Scorn Effigy is a card that I'm actively looking forward to, because I can pay 0 and I'm casting a spell, so essentially I can set up some nice double spelling turns with this card on my deck. Other than that, nothing really that I'm looking towards playing. So let's confirm the pick and ship another Ascent of the Worthy. If I got the other, okay, the rare rare saga is much better than this, I guess. Rune of Sustenance. That's a nice card. Stalwart Valkyrie. My opponent's creatures won't tap that often. At least I don't if I'm playing right, I don't expect them to tap that often. Rune of Sustenance is not one of the. It's an average rune, I would say. Lifelink can be quite good to get you through bad, rough starts sometimes, but it is what it is. So we don't want to be splashing. Let me just close this alarm. Close. We won't be splashing for Vega. I would say Story Seeker or Battlefield Raptor. I already have a bunch of flyer creatures. It's cheap to cast, so I might play another one. How many 1-drops do I have? A bunch. Probably. I'm not sure if I will play at least both Wings of the Cosmos. One I might, but it's definitely on the cut board. Story Seeker is also nice, so I would be considering between these two. In this kind of deck, I'm really prioritizing cheap creatures that I can get back to the battlefield and so on. Yeah, GeForce, but it's like one of those translations like Francesinha, right? It's not really translated, but yeah. Hey, Wicked Beggar. So we're building ourselves a nice Orzhov double spelling deck. There are some cards here that I might cut, but we have ourselves a Furia, and I picked the Draugr Helm just because I wasn't paying that much attention. But it's still I'm happy on having having an equipment like this and peg it to my flyers, for example. There's another Scorn Effigy or a Doomscar Oracle. I think that Doomscar Oracle is a better card for this deck. I might still pick another Scorn Effigy, but this is still, it's pick 6, but I might still see another one. Between the two cards, I still prefer Doomscar. And now we have a way down that we definitely want to pick. Again, this is the reason, as you are seeing, we're picking a bunch of cards that require you to have creatures and to do early trades and to fill a bit your graveyard, right? So that's something that we will need to consider when deck building. We need a minimum or something like 16, 18 creatures or something to and prioritize cheaper ones, so that they get traded or they get to our battlefield at some point. Demonic Gifts. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. This is not the best thing ever, but I think that out of this pack, this is likely the thing that I will pick. So it doesn't protect our creatures. I know that we want our creatures to be dead, but okay, no, it gets back to the battlefield, so yeah. It's still a way to protect our creatures. Breakneck. Okay, this pack has nothing for us. A lot of blue cards. Mistwalker, pick 9. And a Glittering Frost and a Squash. A bit weird, I would say. Frostbite, a lot of red. Frostbite is quite good. We won't be playing Master Scald, most likely. I might still play a Rune of Sustenance, so it counts towards double spelling, and we get whatever, and we get another card that we can cast immediately after. So it has some synergies with what we're trying to do. Raider Scarf, whatever. These picks mean nothing to me. Okay, I think that we can build an interesting deck from here. Of course, we have a bunch of cards. We might want to lower our land count to something like 16. 16. 5 mana. Most expensive thing that I have is this, which I will typically cast for 4 mana. I don't think that we have so many playables for our main that are geared towards our main plan, right? Towards double spelling and accruing value out of that I don't think that is worth it to play Binding of the Old Gods. I will still likely leave this Feed the Serpent, but just bear in mind it's not the best thing ever. So we have black, we have Great Hall of Starnheim, Snowfield Sinkhole. Do we have anything that cares about this snow thing? No, right? No. So I will actually take out this because it's just a tapped land. It helps me fixing a bit, but I'm playing 2 colors, and that's good enough. So like this, with this configuration, we're playing 8-9 sources of white. For which we have a bunch of early spells, and 8 sources of black. 9 sources of black, actually. So we're doing good with a deck like this, and in the total is 9, 8, so 17 lands. We're currently at 17 lands. I'm not sure if I actually want to go lower, because black, I don't want to go lower than 8, or at least in black I don't want to go lower than 8 sources of mana, because I have double pip cards. And since I want to be double spelling, sometimes it's useful to have all these colors. So let's see if we have other stuff that we might want to drop. Shepherd of the Cosmos, I think it's just too good to drop. Warhorn Blast can be quite good, but both of these cards are quite interesting, but we have our 4-mana slot quite clogged right now. You may pay 1 and a white and exile a creature card from your graveyard rather than pay the spell's mana cost. So I think I will only play 2 of them because it's just too much, I think. Jarl has some synergies with our deck. Doomskar Oracle, Kaya's on slot. It's a nice way to save our creatures or to finish the game. Lifelink. This is on the cutting board. Varragoth. I think I will play this also for science because I want to see how it performs. Clarion Spirits are very good. It's one of our main payoffs, and that's why I'm a bit concerned about dropping a single copy of Warhorn Blast. Rune of Sustenance, it might get dropped. Story Seeker, Death Knell Berserker might get dropped. Demon Gifts. Okay, so this does not 2 mana +2/+0. It gets back to the battlefield under its owner's control. I'm not sure. Again, we need a lot of creatures. We're currently at 20, so we might still drop like 2 creatures or something, but we will likely need to drop our. And this is also a creature, so we're at 21 in a way. This is a creature, but we might find ourselves playing this for the helm only and not for the creature sometimes, given how our deck is built. By the way, let's look into types. So we have a bunch of clerics as expected. That's the thing that you find the most in Orzhov. Humans, spirits, okay. It's actually good to get back our spirits. Warriors, we'll also have a bunch. So we have good ways to take advantage of Raise the Draugr. And now our 1-drop slot. This is probably too much. Not even sure I want to play any of these. So if we drop these, let me just take another look into these expensive cards. Okay, 2 is as much as I can play. I can still drop a land. This is 3 mana. Okay, but it foretells for 1. Still, I don't want to overextend my foretell capacity. So let's say that this goes here. X-Guard Braggart, it's quite good, but I don't think we'll be boasting that much. Actually, this card and Varragoth, the Death Touch might be relevant, and it's still so like many of the rares, it's still cheap for what it does, right? So I might still play it. Kama's Faithful, this is a 3-drop. I want to lower the count on those. And it's between a Rune of Sustenance or one of our creatures. Way down I want to play, but it's a later play. Battlefield Raptor. It's just okay, I guess. I think I will drop 1 Battlefield Raptor for the Rune of Sustenance. Let me double check my creature count. So we have 17, 18-ish. Let's just before T creature. No, not like that. T. Okay. What our spells are doing. I think these are good spells altogether. Raise the Draugr can keep us going. Like getting my Clarion Spirits or something can be quite good, even though Clarion Spirit only has the spirit type and it doesn't have two types, right? Feed the Serpent is very expensive, but I don't have that many ways to take care of my opponent's threats. I essentially have, besides like Kaya's Onslaught, and maybe Warhorn Blast sometimes, which are tricky to get right. We have Jarl and Kaya's so Jarl and Way Down. I think this Feed the Serpent can do some work. At least it can do more work than Rune of Sustenance. Yeah, I will drop the rune, I think. I need the creatures. I think the spells are either good or I want to try them out in some situations. So, Draugr's Elm. I will end up with a bunch of flyers, so an equipment +2/+2 is a nice equipment, and Menace can work quite well with this deck. Equip 4 is quite expensive, for sure, so it doesn't synergize that well with double spelling. I will still keep it. I will have flyers. If I put that on a flyer and I keep on attacking with it, it can be quite good. Let me just change, because this does not represent what my deck is doing. Okay, now we have a Furia in there. Let's start. I'm quite confident in today's deck, I think. Oh, by the way, for everyone watching, first of all, thank you very much for sticking around, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. I would also invite you to take a look into what kind of channel point rewards are configured. There are definitely some interesting ones. I won't mention anyone specifically, but if you have any questions, you can always ask, and I think there will be some interesting things going on in the future coming from there. This is a keepable hand. It's not great. It's not great. I won't weigh down, so I cannot weigh down right now. Hello, hello, Evolik. How are you doing? So it's actually quite simple, the sequence here. I will foretell this card so that next turn I can Doomscar Oracle and Scorn Effigy. I think that's the best way to spend our mana. So if I do this now, next turn I wouldn't have... Okay, just show me the card. I wouldn't be able to cast both. That's a Swamp. So my opponent is doing nothing, and they're playing giants. I'm a bit scared about 2 toughness creatures, but still, if they have the Crush the Weak and this Doomscar Oracle gets into my graveyard, that is fine, because that enables me to use my way down. Okay, so we start by Doomscar Oracling, and we play our Scorn Effigy. Nunchucks drill, exactly. There's a bunch of fun ones in there. Some more serious, others not as serious. So here I can actually attack with both. And probably just foretell something. Oh, Jesus. Oh, opponent. Oh, opponent. They are tapped, so at least one creature goes through. And I'm not really concerned about having them pumping this creature on their turn. That's really fine. So this will cost me 5 mana. I'm close to be able to casting it. And we'll put our flyer on board. We're not doing the double spell stuff that much right now, but at least we gain 2 life from our Oracle. Okay. That deals 2 damage to my flyer. That's fine. Now I have a flyer, so I can weigh down something. Let's see. It depends on whether I draw a land or not. If I don't draw a land, Clarion Spirit, so I can double spell this turn. If I put 2 mana here, I can put the other 2 mana here. I definitely want to cast this, but I'm more inclined to cast the Way Down on the Basalt Ravager while they're tapped out than in other situation. So I need to play this before combat. Okay, we need to sequence this correctly. So I need to play this before combat so that I can cast Way Down before combat and still get my flyer, right? Yes. Exile it. It doesn't have to... Its CMC is greater than 2, so I cannot really get it with the Shepherd. I can... this is only permanent, so I cannot get the Way Down. But hopefully next turn I can do like Draugr's Helm or something. I think we're in a good spot. Yeah, Crush the Weak. Oh, it exiles. It exiles. No. Nice. Okay. So I don't yet have anything. So my expectation right now is to have the to be able to play the Draugr's Helm with a creature attached to a creature. Invasion of the Giants, of course. Sure. By the way, GeForce, let me just show you. Let me show you after we get through this. So no use on attacking. We get Battlefield Raptor and Foretell Shepherd of the Cosmos. I think that's the best thing. Next, they can, when you do, deals 2 damage to target opponent or planeswalker, so opponent. Cool. This turn I cannot double spell, so it's pretty trivial what we want to do here. So at least next turn I can cast this. I would prefer to get a creature from the graveyard, but the Crush the Weak exiles everything, which is really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. So GeForce, we have the ones with foam, those are likely the ones that I will start by using, and we also have the pro ones, which are like metal. These are very cool. It's not that I'm afraid of eating myself, but I probably should be afraid of that. But I might like make a hole on my wall or something like that, and I don't want to do that. So that's not a land. Raise the Draugr does nothing here. I cannot play this and let it fizzle. That's funny. Come on, we're playing 17 lands. I believe. 46% of drawing a land. Okay, that's a 4/5. Yeah, this is what I can do, unfortunately. They're tapped out. Next giant costs 2 less, so they can cast this for 1, for example, which is quite nice. Foretold giants, I don't believe there are any. There's also the flash one that they might. But playing that on their turn, it's not that good because it enters battlefield tapped. It's just relatively bad, I would say. Or just bad. Okay. Opponent. So as you see, these games are really grindy. Jesus. And with the crush the weeks and all of that, it exiles. I was counting that it put creatures on the graveyard, so it would be better for me. So they can pump this twice. It would go to a 3-2 or a 3-2 or 2-3. 3-2 or 2-3. So if they want to put the effort, I will let them do that, for sure. I have erased the Trogger. Let's see if they want to put the mana. Okay. That way their mana is done for the turn. No need on attacking. Actually, I could attack. I could attack with both. Kaya's Onslaught, but that would not enable me to cast anything else, right? Still, I don't have a land. Where's my 5th land? So 50% next turn to draw land. They have 2 cards in hand. I have ways to get stuff from the graveyard. So I will... If I attack with both... Yeah, let's attack with both. They don't have mana to kill my Battlefield Raptor with the Mistwalker. They might do that, but I have a Kaya's Onslaught, which is a nice way to get that creature out of the way. If I use Kaya's Onslaught on my Battlefield Raptor, that's actually good. I could actually have attacked with just my Battlefield Raptor, most likely. Because Kaya's Onslaught would enable me to kill the Mistwalker. Which is kinda what I want to do. But a 4/5 is just very strong, right? If I do that, this creature will survive. So both creatures will survive. Oh, no. I made the math wrong. But okay, yeah, either way. Now, the issue is they can equip this onto their flyer, so I'm not 100% sure about that play. Probably I would get more value getting the Mistwalker out of the way. I was thinking more in terms of... Since I wasn't 100% sure about what's better, I was like thinking about how much mana each creature costed to get into the battlefield. But yeah. I should have thought about exactly what I wanted to do before actually even committing to an attack. That's something worth practicing. Behold. Damn, they are refilling. So next turn at least I can raise the Draugr and get and foretell my... It's a bit dumb because they know what card it is, but still. Okay, they're tapped. Now I have a plains, so I will definitely put this into the battlefield. Autopay. AG Magic, welcome. Oh, come on, you're that's an overstatement for sure, AG. But thank you. How are you doing, man? How is your Sunday going? No attacks here. No attacks. Demigod. Okay, that works. Are you? It's because of all the tournaments that you're participating in? Because yeah, that takes a toll. That takes a toll. Now at least I have a 4/4. And they're deciding... Nice. Nice. That costs 2 to equip. So this is one of the good equipments. This is very good, I believe. And taking it out from a 4/4 giant, it can be quite good. And these Mistwalkers, as we saw in the previous draft, they work very, very well with equipment. This not as much, but essentially each point of toughness also increases potentially 1 point of power, so it's quite good. This is not an angel. This is not a bird. And this is not a warrior. Okay, so they are able to pump this 1, 2, 3 times. So I'm taking 3 additional points of damage. They're able to still... Yeah, no need on putting my Battlefield Raptor on front. I will take a bit of damage, but I want a bit of life. Okay, they have a play to make, which is likely equip the Giant's Amulet, and that's it. Exile a creature card from your graveyard. Create a treasure token. They have a Mistwalker only. Okay. Running would be a great idea today. How's the weather in there? Actually, because I guess that influences a lot. Okay, now it has flying and all that stuff. So if I attack with both, I can get there. Not with both. Calm down. This is a 2/2. I can equip my big creature. But this turn, I want to spend 2 mana on this Raise the Trogger and 2 mana on foretelling my Shepherd. This is 2 + 2. It will leave me with 2 mana. 2 mana is not enough mana to equip this into any of my other creatures. So I will actually attack with this. It has mana, so they need to block with both. I'm not blocking anything on the ground, so this is a free attack because, well, my creature will die if they decide to block. But I can still take their big flyer. Wait, no, not this. So with the equipment on my creature, this will be a 3/4. 3/4 can get through a 3/3, right? So I will actually kill... No, I need to kill the best creature. Okay. Raise the Trogger. I want a Shepherd. Come back. I want to foretell it, so I have it available next turn. It's funny because the eye on the card disappears, so supposedly my opponent does not know which card this is, but that's just doesn't really make sense. So next turn I want to have 4 mana plus 4 mana. That's impossible, even if I draw an additional land, so no need on playing this land, I would say. I would say... Oh, why am I still using this view? Again, I'm still not used to these new layouts, but now you get to see me on a wider with a wider field of view. They're attacking with both. They can pump a lot their team. That's fine. I have no permanents to get back, unfortunately. Yes, this is essentially what they'll keep on doing now, and that's probably the reason why I should have removed one of these. Still, the other card is actually pretty strong. But yeah, now they can dump all the mana, and attack me for a bunch. And I don't like that, if you haven't noticed. Another one, all the Mistwalkers. Mistwalkers tribal. Sure. Okay, I can cast both things. I have no no double spelling matters cards right now, so I will just do this. No, I want to leave my first striker. I want to leave my first striker. At least for a little while longer. For another attack, probably. So my opponent is top decking, I'm top decking. They take 3 to the face. That's fine. And remember, I already killed one of their Mistwalkers. So they're playing with 4. This card is truly good. I have it at C+, but probably I should increase it its rate a bit. Yep. Dump all your mana. Dump all your mana. Okay, okay. Oops, sorry. So they forgot to pump the creatures a few more times. So now I can equip. I can, well, attack doesn't do that much to me. I can still, how much mana do I have? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I cannot equip it twice, because I would gain 4 life with the Story Seeker on the ground. That would be cool. But I can only equip it once right now. And it needs to be on the Battlefield Raptor. For sure. So that they stop dreaming about doing fancy stuff on their turn. No need on playing the land right now. I don't have mana sinks on board right now, and I don't... if I draw something that matters, I can still play the land that I have. I feel like I repeat this essential stuff a lot. It's also to keep to keep myself in check, right? But I think that sometimes it's useful to ensure that you have the fundamentals, right? And sometimes I don't. Bear in mind that sometimes I don't. Okay, after this game we'll do a quick break, a 2 minutes break or something. I need to eat something. Otherwise, this double spelling is using all my mana. Okay, this is the issue of them having 3 of them, right? Because they can simply ignore the one that I block and just pump the other. Still, this is the best thing I can do. Yep. Are you pumping that one? My creature has first strike. I guess you don't know how first strike works, opponent. I won't say oops. Let them figure out. It's fine. Why did the music stop again? Okay, I guess let's go to a lo-fi. Okay, sorry. Oops. Oops indeed, opponent. Oops indeed. Don't worry. It's just one less Mistwalker. Just one less, opponent. You're doing fine. You're still ahead, I think. At least they won't be, if they want to do this sort of plays, they won't be able to have both behind. Leave both behind. I cannot yet attack. Okay, there it goes. 2 lands, 2 lands. 1, 2. So if I play a land... it does me close to nothing. But if I have another land, I can start swapping this equipment. So I could actually have played this land on the previous turn, because that way I could swap into the Story Seeker, attack, and then get back into the Battlefield Raptor. I think that is quite powerful. I might actually do just that. Like, it will be a 4/4 with lifelink, and that essentially nullifies one of my opponent's attacks. So I can attack with it. If they attack with both, I kill one of them. That's perfect. That's perfect. Well, they won't attack with both, but I gain 4 life. So this creature, if I start being able to do this fancy stuff, and I should, this was actually a punt. I should have played the land, because if I draw another land, I could do these fancy things with the equipment. I would be in a much better position already. Still, I'm not in bad shape. Now they are locking away mana because of this this thing. No, I don't want to block as is. Damn, I should have played that, because it would force them to attack with both if they wanted to do this, so they would not be able to have one behind. It would just be great. Oh, Furia! Can I do something with it? that's the most important thing to take into consideration. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand. Okay, your second spell. So I'm not in a position to double spell right now. So, but what I can do, I will be left with 2 mana. So if I attack, they can pump this twice. It will be a 3/4, a 3/2. 3/2 with this, it will block quite effectively the Story Seeker. But I will be able to trade my Story Seeker for one of their creatures. So I think that is positive. And I will gain 4 life, so I will essentially nullify one of their attacks. I will still have Furia on the battlefield. Not 100% sure I want to do it right now, but most likely. Okay, you do that, of course. I want to kill the Mistwalker first. Of course. Okay, so, but see, Kaldheim, I've been having a bunch of games like this, even with more aggro decks, like the Flyers deck that we played last time or recently. That is fine. That is fine. I will play Furia. Actually, so I have 4 mana. 4 and 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, this cost me 5. But if I draw a land next turn, I'm in a very good position to start doing some crazy stuff with the equipment. I'm really happy to have the equipment on my deck, to be honest. It was a bit awkward between the equipment and the rune, but when you're not when you're not doing your double spell stuff, yeah, this elm is doing a lot. It's actually awkward to have a bird wearing a helmet, but it's fine, I guess. It's fine. Oh, this will be so good. My Furia will completely annul their attacks with the Mistwalker, so I can do some crazy stuff. I can even 3 to the top. Oh Christ! Oh Christ! What's coming? What's coming? 3 to the top in a situation where I think I'm still ahead. That doesn't fare well for me. Okay, that's a 3/4. if it's the second spell, so I can actually... Do I want to attack? No. They need to block with both, okay? If I attack. In an attack like that... Oh, but if I could spell... If I put Furia and I could spell Cleric, I will be able to... I will activate Furia's effect. My Battlefield Raptor will be a 4/5. A 4/5. And we will do some math once that happens, I guess. I'm just a bit concerned about them having some removal for my Furia. But at least I get value right now. Oh, this is nice. I choose one. Put one of them into your hand. For sure the land. For sure the land. I want my 4/4 flyer, vigilance, all of that. Okay, so the good thing is they don't know what card I picked. I want to get my opponent's battlefield. I want essentially to remove all the creatures from my opponent's battlefield. So I will actually now attack with my first striker. I'm in a good position. I have a life linker. This has 4. If they want, well, they can still sink mana, like pump this twice. It will be a 3/2, and this will be a 3/4. I want the Mistwalker out of the way, essentially. So that they don't have this kind of mana sink. On a second thought, we could also think about leaving the Mistwalker and killing the Ingarun Eyes, just because they scried 3 cards to the top, right? And that's not a good omen for me. Why? Oh, because it has first strike. Oh, so good. I didn't even notice that. So good. So good. Okay. I think this game will win. So yeah. Oh, first strike also works very well with double block. That interaction, actually, I missed that interaction. Which is quite interesting. But well. Yeah, it would always kill the first creature, so I would only get the damage from the second creature. And actually I played correctly without knowing, because, well, they couldn't pump this to a 4/1, so whatever. But, okay, now they have a 7/7 thingy on the battlefield. That's not great for me. I will have a 6/6 Menace, which they cannot really block. That's the thing. They only have a flyer, so they cannot block my Battlefield Raptor. I need 4 mana to essentially this and 3 additional mana. 1, 2, 3. I will still have 1, 2, 3, 4, so I can jump around with this. This is a 2/3 right now. This is a 2/4 life link. So I want to put the Draugr's Helm on my Furia, attack with it, because I will gain life and it will have manas. So this will actually be an attack for 3 only. Now I attack with it. I gain 4 life. They can attack, but well, that's actually probably the best thing that they can do. It's attacking. This is only a time you could cast a sorcery, so I need to do it now. Sure, Shepherd isn't doing anything. I forgot about the sacrifice part, but because there's so much opinion on Yu-Gi-Oh! If I have an opinion on Yu-Gi-Oh! Not really, to be honest. Well, I have some opinions, but not on probably on the game itself. Since the only time that I played Yu-Gi-Oh, I was the time that I barely knew the rules, which was like probably like 20 years ago or something, or close to that. So it's a bit crazy. Oh, well, 20 years ago, damn. But there are a few things that they do right, like the market. I think that it's still bigger than Magic, just because at least the paper market, because they put a lot of effort into the animes and all of that, which is amazing. Yeah. Oh, if he has, okay, it doesn't have the double strike and the. If I lost this game because of a double strike and a run amok, I would go home. I would go home immediately. Okay, now they have 2 flyers. I need to take that into consideration. What can I do? What can I do? Oh, I can, like, so let's do some math. If I put the helm here, this will be a 6. So they need to block with both. If they block with both, I have them killed with 2 plus 2. No, I don't have them killed by these 2 creatures, but I get them into a very, very nice place, and I remove one additional creature from their side. If they prefer to block these, so it's either way. I don't think there's a wrong way to go about this. I will attack with these 3. Domain that mixes chess with MTG and Yu-Gi-Oh. Nice. Yeah, math is, well, I like to make the impression that I know a bit of math. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I think this makes sense. If they want to block these creatures, I win, so they need to double block this. I will kill one of their creatures, which is fine, quite honestly. I will gain some life here. Sure. Whatever. Actually, I'm not sure if this was the correct line, to be honest. They will attack me for 7. Yeah, probably it wasn't the best line there is. So they will attack me for 7 here, at least, depending on what they draw. Let's say that they attack me for 10. Okay, I'll put this on the Cold Spell Cleric. I have mana to jump with the helm around next turn. That way they cannot attack with both creatures on the ground. This guy has trample, that is fine. I was already counting on getting the full damage from it. But this is still a tight game. I thought I was losing for like 2 or 3 times already. So this is the kind of games that you get a lot in Kaldheim, I guess. A lot of back and forth in power level, and bear in mind, at least this game wasn't that highly influenced by broken rares. And speaking of broken rares, there's one, a late one, thankfully, but a late one nonetheless. Okay, I don't think they have an out here. Good game, opponent. It was a good game. They had 2 punts, 2 obvious ones at least, I think. But yeah, and bear in mind, they could have killed me already, or I wouldn't attack like this, okay? But I'm at 3 life. At some point, they did not pump their Mistwalkers as much as they could, so I would need to play to play a bit more cautiously if they played correctly. Still, the double blocks on the Falcon are very, very good with Menace. It's that Falcon, actually Raptor, wears the helmet like no one. And I was speaking about being weird having a bird wearing helmet, right? Okay, so let's do a quick break. I will leave you with some. Let me. Synthwave. Yeah, let's listen to some synthwave next. And it's a 3 minutes break or something, okay? And we'll be back in no time. See you in a bit. I was just noticing that the Stinger transition is not working as expected, fully as expected at least. Okay, no worries. We will continue with game 2. We won the first game with his Orzhov deck, double spelling stuff, and actually Furia saved my ass near the end of the game. I'm really glad I've drawn her and the other one, the 1-mana Code Spell Cleric. Okay, this is a hand that I can play for sure. Unfortunately, I can, like, probably the best thing that I can do is turn 2 Foretell Doomscar Oracle, depending on what my opponent is playing, and on turn 3 Battlefield and Doomscar Oracle on the same turn. This is not a fast hand by any means, but at least I get 2 life, and I'm in a way maximizing my spell usage. I could also turn 2 Battlefield Raptor, turn 3 Doomscar Oracle. I will keep either way. Okay, sure. So they have a slow start. Sorry about that. I hope the mic cutoff is working properly. So that's a Plains. If I Doomscar Oracle next turn, I can Battlefield and Foretell. Probably that's not the best thing ever. Still, they have a relatively slow start, so I will also maximize the value from my future turns. Okay. I was mistaking this for a Plains. That's an issue. Okay, this turn I can if I foretell something, I cannot double spell. So if I want to double spell, I'll need to spend 2 mana, 2 Plains, to be precise. So I will need to play a Plains. To play I could play the Oracle right now. That doesn't achieve that much. So I will actually just first strike. I'll need all the life that I can get, right? No, but Code Spell Cleric is just too good. There's actually no way to spend all my mana that turn, or at least any good way. Other than casting Doomscar Oracle and that's it. But that doesn't achieve that much. So now I can like Clarion Spirit and Doomscar Oracle. I know that I'm not gaining 2 life, but I'm getting an additional flyer, which is awesome. Or I can do nothing of the sorts, because they might have the Sweeper. Okay, sure. Damage. No, Clarion Spirit needs to lead the way. I want a flyer immediately. I know that I could like foretell Doomscar Oracle, but I don't think that is better than what I'm doing right now. And if they do use some sweeper, it would get rid of all my board, which would be really bad if one of these foretold cards is a sweeper. This is a 3/2, so I will stop committing to the board maybe, because they aren't doing anything, and I have a bunch of pressure already. Okay, who do you want to do that? Okay, 2. You're blocking Clarion Spirit, of course. Luckily I've raised the Trogger. Okay, they're tapped out. This is a 3/3, so it doesn't get killed. So if I use this, I can still cast Clarion Spirit this turn. Or I could Stalwart Valkyrie, exile my Raptor, pay 2, and then raise the Draugr at the end of their turn. No, I don't think that is better. I want to have the Clarion Spirit on the board as early as possible, because I want to maximize the chance of double spelling with it. Next turn I can spend 5 mana if I draw a land with Doomscar Oracle and Stalwart Valkyrie. This double spelling deck, it's a bit tricky for against sweepers, right? My creatures aren't huge. Okay, sure. You really want that dead. So now I can use Jarl the Forsaken for 4 mana as a way to like punish my opponent. Let's see if they get it. They do. They don't get it. Easy 2-for-1. Well, not 2-for-1, right? But actually, that was a token, so 1.5 for 1. Let's put it like that. They have a bunch of mana, but they haven't been doing that much up until now. So it's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. Agar. So now you play Agar. And now we get a land, but it's a tapped one. So I will definitely attack with both. Human Cleric, Zombie Cleric. Now they're at 7. I play this for 2 mana, I have 2 mana open. Do I want to put Dragor's Helm on the battlefield? No, next turn I have 5 mana to use on Dragor's Helm. So I want to pay this, I want to exile this. Oh, I can foretell this, sure. I forgot about that. That's an efficient use of mana. But I will take a look into that game, Domain GeForce. Might be cool, you never know. There's an actually very cool looking game that Midgeworth is playing, which is Mythgard. So let me. Yes, exactly. So last time they were playing Mythgard. Now I have Draugr's Helm that I can put on the battlefield. None of these creatures have reach. Do they have something? I hope not. They have removal. Damn you, opponent. Damn you. No problem. Okay, now they can cast a Sheeper Giant. Seize the spoils. Did they draw good stuff? I'm wondering. Runed Crown. They have a rune, for sure. I would say. I haven't seen any rune until now, so yes. Rune of Flight. That's not great for me. Oh. First Striker, you say? First Striker. And you can boast for a bunch. Okay, that's a 4/4. So I cannot really attack in the air, as is. I will do some stuff. Like, this turn I will do a bunch of stuff, actually. So I'll attack with my Menace creature. Oh. This guy can't block alone. This guy... They were fast at deciding they didn't want to block, I guess. I'm at 20 life, but that is fine. Okay. And now I'll be at 24. So I want to pump one of my creatures. Yeah. Yeah, I think 2 is the right amount of Stalwark Valkyries. I could have paid the full cost, but I don't have an additional raise the Draugrs. So that is fine, no blocks, I'm at 24. You're boasting. Oh, because you get dragons when you boast. That's so bad. That's so bad. Way down is a sorcery. And now I don't have creatures. So I should have blocked with stuff. For sure, I should have blocked with stuff. So they have 3 blockers. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 attackers. I think that wins me the game. They don't have lifelink. Okay. And that is it. Second win. I should be more careful about post. Probably I should have like double blocked because I didn't know about way down by then. So... But I could afterwards way down and do that kind of stuff. So there were some inefficiencies in there, but there's stuff. It worked out correctly. I don't know why my skull skeleton whatever was not getting blocked, but well, it worked. We're 2-0 right now. Hey Mitch. Yeah, math is for blockers. That's for sure. Skornefki. Oh, we have some nice stuff. Oh, this end is awesome. This end is awesome. It's probably one of the best ends that I could ask for. Have some early stuff to trade or attack, just bash into my opponent so that I have like a turn 3 Stalwart Valkyrie. Or turn 4 or whatever. Let's see. Sinkhole. Damn, that's scary. That's like a reversed mountain. Jarl is quite nice. It's quite nice. So next turn, if I put my foretell my Skornefki next turn, I can double spell with Doomscar Oracle, cast it, then Skornefki, then start attacking. If my opponent trades, I get a flyer, so that's awesome. No need to fasten the Varagoth, I believe. No need. I think this is the best way to maximize the value that I get. So because I get essentially an additional 2 life. Next turn I can even attack with Doomscar Oracle. I don't really care. Okay, this turn I don't have lands, which is bad, but I can either Varagoth or Stalwart Valkyrie. And I'm in no place to actually double spell in the coming turns. So I think getting a flyer is just good. So okay, they don't block. They have plans for the sculptor. That is fine. Do I want to... No, I want to commit to the board. Do they have a 1-mana counter? Probably the blue one. The saw it coming. I think it's 1 blue that it costs. Were they considering? Maybe they were just reading the card since it's a rare. But you never know. You never know. You never know. Okay. They have 5 mana essentially right now, and I'm missing land drops, which is bad. Orvar. Do you have stuff that targets your creatures? This works quite well in this sort of deck, because if they have fight spells or things like that, they will be targeting their creatures more often than not. So there's your fight spell, you know? This is bonkers. That card is just too good. So now at least we have 4 mana. We can attack with both. If they get damage into the Orvar, we can Jarl to kill it, which is good. Sure. Oh damn, opponent! You got my creature. What can I do now? I can Jarl it. Yep. Bye-bye! His dragon even coughed for a bit. Even his dragon was surprised. The Jarl is just too strong. I just have a creature. I have 2 creatures. I have 2 creatures. So I can think about double spelling this turn. Very efficiently. Will they block any of my creatures? Probably not. This is sorcery. And I'll have a flyer once they do something. So let's see, what plans do they have for their creatures? If they double block, if they block 1 each, which I wasn't expecting. That would also be fine. Let me just check my graveyard. So this is a demon rogue, so no creatures share types. So I still don't have good targets for, or multiple targets for the kind of things that I want to be doing. I think this turn, what I'll actually do is cast this, taking out the Scarecrow. At least Scarecrows I only have one. And the Shepherd of the... and foretell a Shepherd of the Cosmos. So that I can... Oh, okay. This is a 2 or less, so I don't have a target for it yet. But this way next turn I can choose between Shepherd or Way Down, right? Which is cool. I don't want them to be boasting with this creature, so I will actually weight it down. Have more clerics than demon rogues, so this one will get exiled. I don't really care about my life total. They should care about theirs. I'm fine on having a clean board on my opponent's side. Battlefield Raptor. I still don't have a target. Damn, I have so many sheep creatures. I never have a target for Shepherd. What did I exile? Nothing really. So this gets through some 4 damage. 4 damage is not 6, so it's pretty easy. Oh, I whenever I have a first striker, I'm always expecting, why can't I cast my spell? But yeah. Need to pay attention to Arena's quirks. No blocks. I don't really care. So my opponent has nothing in hand. They have no spells whatsoever. So this turn I win. They're all flyers, so I don't even need to cast my spells. And that's it. 3-0. We're doing just fine today. Once I finish the... So this month I might not be able to, but I think next month, or at least I hope that next month I have enough time to grind the limited rank up to Mythic. That's something I never spend... I never spend enough time playing Magic to actually get there. Even like in Zendikar Rising I did like 30 drafts or something, probably. So I'm not sure if that's enough. Probably it isn't enough. You also, well, there's also some variance, and sometimes you are falling down very hard. We have some stuff that we can do. I will keep this, but I'm really hoping to draw lands. Actually, this deck is... I don't even know why I was considering cutting lands, because if this deck wants to double spell, I need at least 4 mana, so I need 17 lands on my deck, right? We saw what happens when I'm not drawing lands, right? And it's not good. It's not good. Can I foretell something? I can foretell something. Sure. Kaya's Onslaught. What can I play? The lands are almost hidden. Jesus. Because of the foretell card. I can ambush him with this. So I think I will just play a land and ship the turn. Okay, another land. They might have a pump spell, but this is not the sort of deck that wants to play pump spells. So they might still attack. Scrying 3 is good, indeed, opponent. It is good. It feels good. It increases slightly your win rate, I would guess. So it is good in multiple fronts. Rune highs. Oh, they're on a boat. Cool. Okay. It's everything is or all the cards that they're scrying are bad, so they aren't sure of the order that they want in the bottom of the deck. For sure, that's what's going on. 3 top. Okay. Exactly. Okay, they haven't played enough times against Jarl, so I hope this teaches them a lesson. I'm always right now I'm always expecting a Jarl because it always shows up. It's always there in the 4th L zone. Okay. So I could kill the Inga Runais. Not sure. So I don't want exactly to feed the serpent it. If I manage to double spell, I could code spell cleric and do stuff. This is a zombie cleric, and I'm happy on having it get thrown with Raise the Draugr back to my hand. Still, I would be happier on getting 2 cards out of Raise the Draugr. So let's see, they don't want to trade exactly as expected. So I also don't want to do anything else. I could have attacked for 8, sure, but that didn't make that much difference. That wouldn't make that much difference, okay? They're attacking, so I expect a play on the second main phase. What's coming? Svella, that's a good target for Feed the Serpent. Unfortunately, okay, I can. So I'm glad I didn't play anything. I'm glad. Oh, close enough. Close enough. So I can still attack because I have Kaya's Onslaught available. I don't want to attack for 8 right now. There you go, a 2/4 flyer that does a bunch of stuff. Now that's a good target for a Kaya's Onslaught next turn. I will gain so much life, but I need to consider what my opponent might be doing. So I have some removal here in the form of Way Down and Kaya's Onslaught, if my opponent happens to block. So let's see how this goes. Okay, they're doing their monolith stuff, and I don't like that. So that's another land. So this turn the plan is to double spell, right? If they put Jarl on the graveyard, I might actually leave it. Okay. Do I value? So I will still gain some life. They're able to pump these a bunch of times, but if I let the Jarl go to the graveyard, I can kill the Mistwalker after combat with the Way Down. And I think that is valuable. Yeah, I do think so. Okay, that resolves. If I cast this, do I have 6 mana? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I do. I do. That's actually better. That's actually better. Right? Oh, now we're doing it. Okay, what card do I want from here? Dragor's Helm is just very good. I have 2 of them. I don't have creatures on graveyard, so I would be casting this for the full amount. Dragor's Helm, I believe it's better in this situation. It's altogether, it just have better stats. I think we're doing fine, but with Kaldheim, I never say that fully confident on it. Okay. White, sure. They have 1 mana. That does not do much. Okay, I have nothing to bring with my Shepherd right now. Can I double spell? I can double spell. I can, like... No, I don't want to weigh down before anything else. So if I Kaya's Onslaught and they double block, for example, I can kill the Svella with Kaya's Onslaught. Yep. I will double spell, so I will get free stuff. Do I let this go to the graveyard? It's 4 mana. If I want to have my way down active... Okay, so I have Stalwart Valkyrie. It's interesting, there's synergies from Furia with these exile creatures from the graveyard. I still want to kill that, I just don't know if with Kaya's Onslaught or way down. I think way down is the way to go. Pun not intended. So I will let it go through. And now way down this, exile. This is Angel Warrior. I don't think it matters now. So I still have 5 mana. I can still cast. Since I've cast 1 spell, I think I will commit to the board. I have a Jarl. View browser. So having this sort of cards is quite good. I don't care that much about life gain right now. Yes, I want to auto-pay. We're actually doing fine, I guess. I'm just a bit afraid of what kind of stuff they can do with all these icy manoliths. But they're in a relatively rough shape. They cannot block. They cannot really block. So let's see if we have lethal or something. 4, 5, 10. That will get them to 2. Oh. Oh. Oh, ho, ho. What we can do, since they are tapped out and they only have an X-proof whatever creature, I think we won the game, okay? So let's do the following. Let's Kaya's Onslaught the Menace creature. Let's put a +1/+1 counter on it. Sure. A Warhorn Blast. Yeah, opponent. Bye-bye! So much damage. Okay, I guess we're ranking up pretty fast today. This would be 12 damage and X-axis, right? 14 damage to the face. I guess I guess today we're doing a bit better than our previous drafts. Cool, cool, cool. I hope to take these 7 wins. The deck is quite cool. 7-0 would be like the dream, but let's not raise too much our expectations and drop on the gameplay. I need to play the cards correctly. But yeah, I think we're in a very good place right now. We're in a very good place. Easy Xan. Still have an early play, and I have 9 sources of white. So I'll need to keep this. I'll need to keep this. This is limited. Okay, I have something to do on turn 2, something to do on turn 3. We're not that bad. We wouldn't really take that much advantage of Clarion Spirit, but I'm drawing all the swamps that I have, which is just great. I cannot forget that Kaya's Onslaught also has Foretell. Another swamp. All the swamps. Are these Bob Ross lands? Yes, they are. So that's why. Let's start committing to the board. To the board. Removal. No? No removal. I can boast now about my creature, and I can look for cards. Do I want to do that? Probably not. I want my Stalwart Valkyrie on the battlefield. I want to press my advantage as much as possible. On top of it, 5 damage. This gives +1/+1, so it cannot save it. So now I can Clarion Spirit and Stalwart Valkyrie. No, I cannot, because I only have one planes. I only have 1 planes. Damn. That's so bad. That's so bad. Okay, whatever. I'll cast it for the full amount because I have way downs. I have another one of these, so I want to maximize the chance of doing relevant stuff in the coming turns. Next turn I might actually even Jarl and Clarion, or Clarion Spirit and Jarl, or something like that. Or double Clarion Spirit, if that was a thing. If I could do something like that, but I cannot, unfortunately. Yes, I will foretell this. I won't play Jarl on their turn, for sure. I'm much more prone to play Yarn on my turn to unlock double spelling, if I really need, than anything else. My opponent is doing much. They are mana screwed. Oops. They are mana screwed. I'm sorry, opponent. Okay, so let's... Oh, I forgot that I don't have 2 of this. Let's just press the advantage, right? Yes, let's do that. They might have the blue 3, whatever. Or Sigrid, that also works. But I will exile it. Oh no, it has first strike, which is quite bad. I will still get my cards. That was a bit reckless. I'm gonna say that. Because it was. Protection from gods. So if I find my removal, they found a land. Boreal Outrider, that's cool. I'll keep on attacking in the air. This Sigrid is quite good. Quite good. All the swamps. I'm drawing all the swamps today. Jesus Christ. What is going on? So, let's do some math. I have 2 damage here. If I double spell, I get an additional spirit. But if I do Kaya's Onslaught, so +1/+1, and so 4. This will be a 4 powered creature, 5 powered creature after. Oh no, I only have one planes. I'm not used to have a single card of a single mana of the color. Okay, this is still not the turn to play that. And the turn. I can actually ambush Sigrid with my Kaya's Onslaught, but probably I will just win next turn. Sigma, long time no see, man. How's it going? This is a... Yeah, this is a... It's not a quick draft, like quick draft in the sense of the one against bots. It's one of the premier drafts, right? The one against opponents, but it's best of 1. Just 1 second. Okay, resolve all. I think I win next turn. Yeah, you drafted a lot of sweet cards for this deck. Oh yeah, this deck is packed. I will show you. I'm not sure if you saw the full deck. Oh, probably you do because of the player deck list, the application. So yeah, it's looking really cool, right? I'm really happy for this deck. Well, we haven't been having we've not been as lucky as we could in the past few drafts, so I'm happy for the performance of this deck. My opponent has no way to deal with flyers, so they're a bit screwed here. So now I can like do 5 damage easily with Kaya's Onslaught and Code Spell Cleric, or I cannot, because I cannot double spell again. Jesus. Okay, so this will be 6 damage. Or 7 damage, 8 damage, 9, 10. I think I won the game. Okay. That is fine. And just with a single planes. We had to play with a single planes the whole game. Damn. Okay. GG opponent. Oh. Nice. Orzhov is quite good. Quite good. When you get the correct cards. The thing about this format is, and this has been said elsewhere, the commons are somewhat incomparable power level. A Polucranus, that's playable. Okay, cool. And we're doing 5-0. I'm sorry, I just need to stop for a moment to appreciate how we're doing. It's really good. It's really good. We're doing... this deck is quite good. This Shepherd has been a bit underwhelming. It has been a bit underwhelming. I want to get like Clarion Spirits with it, for example. If I'm getting Clarion Spirits from the graveyard, it's great. But yeah, I have 2 of them, which is bonkers. I have a Feed the Swarm, which is just okay. Furia, Warhorn Blast if I manage to get a full-on assault with my flyers. Stalwart, Valkyrie, I have a third one on my sideboard, but it's still 2 of them. It's already a bit pushing it, because I also have a Way Down. I have Raised the Draugr, so I have a bit of friction. I want to put stuff on the graveyard to take advantage of it, and on the other end I want to take back stuff from the graveyard to the battlefield, so it's a bit awkward. Currently 4 wins on a similar deck. Doomscar. Oh, Doomscar. God of Death, yeah. God of Death, to rally the ranks, Campfire Avenger. Jesus! No, this deck is good, but that deck looks just broken. You can take that deck to Constructed, right? Oh, thank you. Where do I have the active? I don't get. Oh, thank you, Mitch. I was looking for the. I'm still my second display went for repair, so I'm working with two laptops open. So sometimes I get a bit lost, but I hope to get it fixed in no time. Yeah, rally for... Yeah, exactly. If you have a bunch of angels... last time we played blue-white flyers, and we had like two rallies, and it did not... We went 3-3 or 4-3 or something, so not an amazing record, but this deck is taking us quite far indeed. Okay, so this end is definitely keepable. I will play... I don't have any turn to play, or besides a Warden Blast, so I will actually keep this. I don't have a turn 3 play, so Great Hall will enter the battlefield on that turn, most likely. And right now, I'm inclined not to foretell this Warden Blast. It is only useful later in the game, and I'm... right now, I have more value on boasting my creature than on foretelling my spells. Okay? It's as simple as that. Because if I foretell this card a lot, and my opponent does nothing, like they're playing this deck, they probably are foretelling something this turn. With Azorius, that is. So I can still boast it again, and I'll have... Okay, I don't need to explain why that is good, right? It's just good and that's it. Okay. If I was able to save my Usher of the Fallen from my opponent doing stuff, I would. I would. So, what's the plan, essentially? The plan, I need to reach the later stages of the game for these spells to be worth it. I have a Raise the Draugr for... And this is a Spirit Warrior. I'm very much in the business of bringing spirits from the graveyard. And bringing two, it's just great. So I will actually attack. And if they want to block, I'm fine with that. So I will activate the ability, get another spell, and now I'll play my tapped land. Because I wouldn't do anything with my swamp. So now, the objective is to have the other... This is Usher of the Fallen, there are those other spirits that I have, which are great. White Mage, so I love Kaldheim. Oh, cool. Great All, like you. Yeah, it's so good. You cannot forget that you need to sacrifice a creature of yours, but which I forgot. But it's just very good. It is. Right now I don't have any attacks, even with Warden Blast, which is something that I cannot cast right now. This will be able to get my Usher back. But still, I don't have 6 mana right now. So I will likely... And next turn I can Draugur's Helm, essentially. So this turn I can double foretell, and that's my turn. That's my turn. No attacks. Yeah, I really like Azorius. So Azorius is definitely at the top of my favorite color combinations, together with Izzet. Then I have the Mir, which I also enjoy. I actually identify myself more with the Mir, but typically I enjoy more playing with Azorius or Izzet. There's my second spirit. I need to get this thing out of the battlefield. Because I don't really enjoy having it here. 3, 4, 1, 2. So this is a 6 mana play. Right now I only have 5. Yep. No attacks. No attacks. This is an effective blocker against my creatures, and I don't want my opponent to get into the late game. If they stumbled on lands now, it would be great. Still, they already have 4, so there's your 5th one. but they are looking to be playing the more control-ish version of Azorius. One white mana open. I don't recall any relevant card or card with flash or instant that can take advantage of that. So what I will likely do is I'll have Clarion Spirit and Shepherd of the Cosmos after combat. Okay. My opponent cannot block my creature. And there goes 4 to the face. So I need to sequence these properly. I think we're doing fine. My opponent might still play the Doom Scar. Oh, I forgot that I don't have enough mana. I don't really care. I'll still be able to do Battlefield Raptor and get an additional flyer out of the deal. I want to go wide. If I go wide, this Warhorn Blast will be awesome. I don't want to raise the Draugr just yet. They might find a way to kill my Clarion Spirit. This is an instant, so I might actually, if they kill it on their turn, I might cast Raise the Draugr on their turn, which would be awesome. Get two spirits back. Yeah, this is quite aggressive, but that's something that I... Okay. Sure, okay. You're killing just that. I find that this deck, since you want cheap spells to be double spelling and all of that, it works quite well with these sort of creatures. And being able to recur them with Raise the Draugr, use them, trade them and use them in Way Down and all of that, I find that to be working quite well. It's quite interesting, actually. Okay, no Raise the Draugr. Now I have a bunch of mana to work with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still not enough mana to cast both things, but I can Shepherd and get the Usher back to the battlefield, which is quite good. I'm not able to double spell exactly, and I don't want to. At least not right now. Next turn I might double spell or whatever. I don't know. If I cast this, I cannot put the Draugr's Helm on my flyers. So if I put these on my Battlefield Raptor, that is very, very good. I might actually do that. So if I put this, I get 2 mana left for a Raise the Draugr. That's not the most exciting play. So I will do the following. I will do that next turn. Yep, I want that back to the battlefield. I will do something like that next turn. Jesus, my opponent will be... Yeah, Helm plus Raptor is quite good, but this way next turn I can really crush them. 4 mana. If I draw a mana, a land, I'll have 3 mana left for Warhorn Blast after equipping this. So if I draw land, I'm all done for today. I'm all done. But actually put this on like Shepherd of the Cosmos or whatever, just to distract them. Just to distract my opponent. Let us see how this works out. So you were saying something that I missed. Azorius and Boros were my first loves in 1997, so they are still my favorite. Yeah, you never forget your first loves in Magic, right? For me, I played in Magic Origins. I played for like 3 months or whatever, not really competitively at the time, but I played the budget Sphinx Tutelage deck at the time. And it was just awesome. It was just awesome. Okay. So this will add to the board. They have 3 creatures to block. So if they block 3 creatures, I still have 1, 2, 3, 4 creatures. 4 times 2, it's 8. So there's 8 damage that will go through. But they won't likely be able to do that, I think. Then I can even raise the Draugr if something doesn't work out exactly as predicted. So, Sigma, I'm not sure if this, and everyone else, I'm not sure if this is the correct play, but for science. So, where do I want to put the Draugr's Helm? I want to put it probably on still on the Raptor, because it's just the most profitable way to take advantage of my cards. And now I will just attack with all. I have raised the Draugr to bring like my two spirits back, for example. And this is a Warhorn Blast turn. It won't get any better than this. It won't. That resolves. Yep. So I'm glad I've put that on my Raptor. Don't put all your eggs in the same basket. That's very important. The Battlefield Raptor with First Strike works like wonders with the Draugr's Helm. My opponent puts 2 creatures in front of it, and then it just... Oh, it kills the first creature, then the second creature doesn't do enough damage to kill it. It's just awesome. So, for example, if they blocked with 2 my Battlefield Raptor, it would be awesome. So, they're actually leaving 1, 2, 3, 4 go through. If I play Warhorn Blast right now, I think that's cool. Otherwise, they will kill my Clarion Spirit, so I will be able to bring it back. No, yeah. I won't have that many attacks like this going on. They're at 1 life. Next turn I can do some interesting things, like bring back the Shepherd to my hand, cast it after foretelling, most likely, or whatever, and Clarion Spirit back to the battlefield. But they're most likely dead. I'm not sure if they will be able to commit enough to the board for it to be relevant. They're looking into the artifact, so I don't know if they have some artifact removal, if they main boarded something like that. The most main boardable artifact removal is the Masked Vandal in green, I believe. But still, there are so many enchantments and all of that going around. Okay, that is fine. So essentially I have 4 attackers. Let's see if my opponent has anything else that they can do. They don't have lifelink. There are no spells that give lifelink, I believe. Instant speed lifelink. That gives lifelink. That gives lifelink. And that's another bird. So they have 3 flyers. If I put this on the spirit and they block, I'm not really able to disrupt them that much. And they can kill it very easily. So I will focus on going wide. So I will return a card, my hand, Shepherd of Heroes. Yeah. I can just foretell it, okay. That makes sense. If I foretell it, I'm not able to take full advantage of my Code Spell Cleric as the second spell I play this turn. Yeah. So next turn I can go Shepherd and Code Spell Cleric, put immediately an additional 1/1 on the battlefield. I think that's good. They have 5 blockers, I have 4 attackers. That's no good. Just 1 more point of damage. I just need to push another point of damage. I also have Great Hall of Starnheim. I'm forgetting about this land here. This land is just great. And it can break this board stall. If they attack with Story Seeker, I will shump. No problem. Okay. Shares a creature type with the exiled card. Okay. This is a bit clunky. It's still a 3 mana 3/3 flyer. So, go figure. They will gain 3 life. Next turn. So my ground creatures are more or less done for. And I want them to lose as the least life possible. Or to gain the least life possible. I want them to lose all the life, of course. Okay. Okay. Still not enough because they would definitely block whatever I did. This is a Dwarf Cleric, this always gets a +1/+1, makes sense. Do I have any attacks? I don't think so. This way I have a blocker for their Marshal, if needed, if really needed. And I'll foretell this. That way next turn I can even cast this, no attacks. I can either use this or even move the Elm elsewhere and get a Kaya's Onslaught available to whatever creature goes through. Because even a 1/1 with Kaya's Onslaught wins me the game. With a board like this, that is. With a board like this. They have 5 creatures, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 1 more, which is quite relevant. And if stuff does not work out... Okay. But if I put the Elm... So they are virtually tapped out. They have no foretold cards, so I'm fine. I'll put the Elm on the Shepherd of the Cosmos. This will make them block with 2 creatures. Now they have a Story Seeker, so they have some lifelink. I'm not 100% sure that this is the best thing ever, but I still think this is what I should do. +2/+2, so they will need to block it, for sure. Yes, I'm a bit crazy. Let's see, if they gain 2 life, they go to 6. So I'm really likely to be able to take advantage of this Kaya's Onslaught. They will spend some time here thinking about blockers, for sure. Okay. Need 2. You need 2 in there. Need 3. I think I needed to attack on the ground. 3 creatures there. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Okay. Let me check. This is quite confusing. These blocks. So if they blocked all my creatures other than the Spirit. So I can kill a bunch of stuff with the Shepherd of the Cosmos here. If I double... If I double the damage that the Shepherd does, it's just great, right? Either that, or I leave it resolve, and I get an additional flyer. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I need to kill them with the Chaos Onslaught. That's my plan. So... Three, 4, 5, 6. I cannot really do something there. I think this works fine for me. Next turn I can get an additional flyer. Okay, they draw a card. But there are no 0 mana spells going on. Put a +1 or dice. Okay, they get an additional +1/+1 counter, probably on the on their own Shepherd. That attack was a bit rushed. I do agree. But it was like I removed a lot of stuff from my opponent's side. They also removed a bunch of stuff from my side. So, go figure. Yeah, it was probably just too rushed. I could have most likely just attacked with Shepherd, and that way I could massively remove everything that my opponent had, and then I could like activate Great Hall of Starnheim. Probably looking backward, I would do that. But yeah. Sometimes you need to try stuff out. So this card is still killed if they double block like this, but I also kill both of their creatures. They're gaining some life with the Story Seeker, and I'm not liking that. Not really liking that. So what do we draw? We just need 4 mana for these. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll still have 4 additional mana to do other stuff. Okay. That works quite well. My opponent has the Plethering Hawk that can do some stuff. Okay. If they have a pump spell, that's not great for me. I want to kill the one that has a static ability. This one is only an ETB effect. Bye-bye, Battlefield Raptor. It's Doomscar material. Jesus, it is. I actually attacked with all just to get the complexity level a notch down, just because I felt it was too much. So I can either equip or Stalwart Valkyrie. I will probably Stalwart Valkyrie. Let me just check what kind of spells do I have here. That I might, or creatures that I might want to leave. Wait, opponent. Oh, I could have not done that. Angel Warrior. So I will take the bird out. So that way next turn I have two very irrelevant creatures attacking in the air. I can even chump block this turn with this spirit, maybe. Because if I attack, this would attack for 6, and it's vigilance, which is just great. And if I attack with these, they could block. So it's 6 damage. Depending on what I draw, I might do more, but I'm not sure. Something that might work would be to name clerics and get 2 of these. This is a warrior. This cleric, warrior. I only have 1. Semi-precious. Yeah. Okay, Master Scald. Okay, I don't like that. Luckily they don't have enough mana this turn, but they gained a bunch of life. This is not faring that well for me, and I think that it was that attack with all that put me on the back foot. I cannot untap for mana or anything like that. Okay, that's 9 damage. I go to 5, which I don't really like. I actually won't block right now. I might have a way to deal 9 damage on their turn. That's a land. That's not something I like that much. So I'm at 5. If these 2 creatures go through, I'm already dead. So I cannot really do much here, unfortunately. If I attack with both, I have a... So I'm dead on the swing back, and they will block like this, and they win. I think I lost this game. If I'm able to survive an additional turn, I'm okay. But I cannot. I don't think I can. If I block 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm kinda dead. I don't have lifelink. They have a bound in gold, so yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead. Okay, I think I punted with that all-in attack. So math is not always for blockers. I'm just kidding. Yep, you have it, opponent. You have it. You have it. That's what I was saying. Good game, opponent. I was not gonna win from here. Oh, yep, that all-in attack. I could have attacked just with a big flyer guy and take out a few threats from their side of the battlefield. Hey, Partiziki. Yes, I'm staying on because I'm still... I only have 1 loss with this deck, and I have 5 wins, so we're still up for 7 wins. We're at 5-1, so it's looking good. This deck is looking good. Let me actually just take the opportunity to grab a bit of water. Just a sec. Okay. Welcome everyone. Now I need to start again, and yeah, I learned this trick with Partizik. He's definitely my mentor on this front. Welcome everyone. I'm really glad for the raids. Thank you so much, Partizik. Well, I don't need to repeat this more, but Partizik is probably one of it's definitely on the top of my favorite streamers. If not at the top. Oh, thank you for the subscription, man. You didn't need to do that. Thank you very much. You're my first subscriber. You're so kind. AG Magic, you're also on the top. AG, you know it. You're my first subscriber, Partizik. I'm so glad. Thank you very much. I hope everyone is having a wonderful time. Partizik, were you on a tournament or something? Let me just show the deck. Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So let me just show you the deck before moving on to the next game, since so many people joined, and I'm so glad for that. So this time we drafted a really good, or at least it's performing really well, Orzhov deck, focused on double spelling essentially, and this is quite an aggressive build. We're focused on essentially flooding out the board and accruing some value from our creatures. Jarl is just an awesome combat trick, but we have a bunch of flyers and we're typically looking towards winning in the air. Furia, it's a very nice payoff to be on this, and enabler for, well, payoff. And enabler in a way, because it also draws you a bunch of cards. 2 Clarion Spirits, which is just a great card. So yeah, this is the deck that we're playing. We're playing with 1 Warhorn Blast because it's a nice way to close out the game. We lost the previous game because I decided to do an Alpha Strike, but that's on me. That's on me. And the opponent was able to recover very quickly. The deck is looking really cool, so let's see how it goes. To everyone that joined, so I'm typically found playing limited here. We also reviewed a very interesting article. You can even look it up on YouTube if you want, but I definitely suggest everyone to read, which is the 8 biases that are injuring your gameplay, from Paulo Vitor Damo da Rosa. You can find all that stuff in the articles command. Okay. There's the link, and there's so the links for all the articles that we reviewed and all of that are there. Is that okay? Either way, before the next match, because I'm in dire need for some inspiration now that I'm all energized with the Party 6 raid, let me do this. This is a nice inspire me. Okay, I wrote it correctly. Writers are creatures of habit, as are humans, but writers aren't necessarily humans, are they? Okay, that's a bit specific. that did not really inspire me, but it's profound. It's profound. Yeah. And let's leave it at that. But yeah, thank you everyone that that joined. Yeah, actually, let's do another one. Let's do another one. I have uploaded thousands and thousands of quotes. If you want to be proud of yourself, then do things in which you can take pride. Makes sense? Makes sense. If you, so yeah, I want to be proud of my magic skills. So that goes a bit against of doing the alpha strike that I did on the previous game, but that I should do things that will make me feel proud. Okay. Something that will make me feel proud is keeping this hand, so I can Battlefield Raptor, turn 1. Turn 2. It depends on what my opponent does, but I'm likely to... Yeah, so they're playing probably Simic or at least Snow. Those decks typically don't have that kind of early removal that Red has, so I will simply attack and foretell my card, so that I maximize the chances of gaining life with this. Because with Snow decks, I typically go well into the late game. So it's either foretelling... Okay, but they are not playing creatures. The thing is, if I traded a creature and be able to play Stalwart Valkyrie on turn 3 together with Doomscar Oracle, it would be great, right? But they aren't likely to kill any of my creatures, so I will keep doing things as the book says. As dictated by the book, right? Oh, thank you, AG Magic. Thank you. Still nothing to do, really. I will... next turn I can Stalwart Valkyrie. Yeah, so I will continue on curving, I guess. At some point I will be able to foretell my Scorn Effigy, so whatever. I'll put this card on the battlefield for the full cost. I could also foretell both or foretell one, but that doesn't accomplish that much. Next turn I want Stalwart Valkyrie. My opponent isn't doing anything, and I'm on the play. I need to push my opponent. Oh, I have so many sounds. I have like 30 sounds AG Magic set up. I had so much fun setting up those. So this turn we attack with all and Stalwart Valkyrie afterwards. Unless my opponent kills one of my creatures, which is fine. They might kill like with Demon Bolt, of course. This one is a bit long, but it's a very good one. This brings me back. Sure. No worries, I'll gain 2 life from here. And now I can actually cast this and foretell the Scorn Effigy, which is just great. Because they killed my... Thank you, opponent, for killing my creatures. I really appreciate it. I really do. Okay, now we're out of juice. Did you also play Final Fantasy IX, AG Magic? Oh, I'm so happy to see Party Zeke on the top of those new badges, those new display artifacts that I set up. Oh, it looks so cool. So that's a big blocker. Let's spread out my threats. That blocker does nothing against flyers. I don't want to play a land. Nope. Love reading your name. Oh, oh, I'm so happy. Because, by the way, guys, I already told this before, but please take a look into the channel points that I have. Probably I will need to adjust a bit the points requirements here and there, because I don't stream that often, and I need to take that into consideration. But there, I put some interesting ideas, I would say, in there, or at least I hope that you think they are interesting. That's a Berg Strider. Wait, no, 2 damage. I'll just foretell this. I don't need to play it right now. Well, I could play it like to try to attack, to do an alpha strike, and I'm at 24 life. So that could be a possibility, but I'm not sure if I want. So like, I would attack So they would block 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, there goes my flyer. I'm happy to have spread out the damage. Oh, but I got a Furia. It requires 2 black, unfortunately, so I cannot yet play it. That's bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 mana. So let's just continue pushing some damage. No need on playing Doomscar Oracle yet, I would say. Probably I could, but if my opponent plays a creature, that's it. That's it. So, whatever. But yeah, going affiliate is really, it really unlocks a bunch of interesting stuff that I want to. And there's a lot of stuff that I want to work on afterwards. So I'm working on with an illustrator to improve stuff. So okay, so they're dead. To improve and to do some really custom no blockers. You have a spell? Oh no, you did not. Okay. Main deckable Broken Wings. Main deckable, definitely. I'll take 1 card from Fortel and put another. Channel points, yeah, I also want to improve the YouTube channel so that it's more easily digestible on YouTube. Because in there, typically content should be more fast-paced. Okay. No blocks. They have a card to play on the second turn. That's what I believe. They have a creature, right? Oh, now I'm flooding on, or now I'm only drawing plains and no swamps. Not enough swamps, at least. Okay, so they have three blockers. That still enables me to win the game right now. So if this fails, I'll still have 4 mana to cast 5 mana to cast Furia. Could also actually cast it before. I'm at 20 life, so I'm not dying on the ground. If I attack with all, they only have one. They have 2 untapped mana. So let me check. Okay, the arena is passing the priority to them, so I don't like that. And since I don't like that, that gives +1/+1. Okay, now they're dead. Now they are dead. They have no life linkers. They will leave the Cold Spell Cleric go through, but that's enough for me. They do not multiply, opponent. They do not multiply. And you're out of mana. Oh, we got there. We got there. I'm loving playing this deck. But again, that's because I'm winning. So there's a high bias in that sense. It's a highly biased opinion. But the deck looks just broken. It looks great. Let's try the 7th win. I don't have 7 wins for so long, probably because I've streamed like I drafted like 3 times in the past 3 weeks, 1 month maybe. So I already don't remember the last time that I had 7 wins. Let's see if it is this one. So we have two opportunities for it. Let's see. Oh, I would love to do that. Even more after Party 6, after everyone joined from Party 6 stream. I would like, let's try to channel that energy towards my opening end, which is not bad. Which is not bad at all. I will keep. So let's think for a bit. What do I want to do on turn 3? What do I want to do on turn 3? So if I cast this on turn 2, yeah, on turn. So in order to prevent my opponent, if they play red, okay, this is not as okay. They're going wide too. They're going wide. I wished I had a way to take care of that. And I will have in the form of Jarl, the Forsaken. So I will take things a bit slower than my opponent to try to gain as much advantage as I can. Next turn I have two options on the table. I can either Varagoth or Clarion Spirit and Scorn Effigy. Varagoth would be typically better, and it would stem the bleeding a bit. So I think I will do that, because in the following turn I'll be able to Clarion Spirit, and in the turn afterwards I will likely be able to Jarl and Scorn Effigy or something, or whatever I draw. Let's see. Probably I will play Clarion, Scorn, and that's it. And that's game over. Or at least I hope. So this is just perfect. Will I have blockers? I will leave this in blocking duty. I won't boast it right now. So... Oh, no, I cannot Scorn Effigy this turn. I need to remind myself it's only the second spell, not more. Only the second spell. Okay, let's keep the advantage. Damn, an early in search of greatness can be quite good for my opponent, unfortunately. Okay, they have their own flyer now. Okay, so this can ambush a creature from them. What do I want to do? I want probably to cast Doomscar Oracle for its full cost and Scorn Effigy. Do I want attacks before I do all of that? No. No, I do not. I would actually be happy to attack with both Clarion Spirits and have them trade. But I want first to get my flyers. Then I will likely attack on the ground and cast Erase the Draugr. Just thinking. It's a possibility. I have blockers behind. Because my Clarion Spirits would trade for my opponent's creatures if they don't block. And Erase the Draugr, I can bring both spirits back, essentially. Okay, that's a good thing that I was not looking at. I'm still not that used to playing against with vehicles. I played with vehicles like on my Merfolk deck for a while. Okay, still this guy can be quite good in a go wide deck. This is very good. Okay. Unfortunately, I cannot Jarl this turn, but I can raise the Draugr at the end of their turn. Or I can actually just foretell this, and on my next turn I can get my Clarion Spirits back. I hope. Yeah, this longboat does some things. You can use it to attack and to block. It's actually quite nice. It's actually quite nice. In Search of Greatness. Okay. So Selesnya, but they're playing with 3 lands. So this In Search of Greatness is doing them a lot of work. Okay, you don't have enough mana for that. Equip costs 3, which is a lot. They won't likely be able to double spell this turn, which is a good thing for me. Okay. Now. So how do I want to do this? I want to kill all of their creatures because of this Valkyrie sword. So that's something. Sure. I'll have a Jarl ready for you, opponent. Oh, mine has Death Touch. But sure. Sure thing. So I don't even need to Jarl this turn, which is great. Yes, and yes. Oh, it feels so good. Yes, gaining me some life. An additional flyer. Now if I draw the... Sure, Partizik. Sure. Now if I draw the Warhorn Blast or whatever, it's really good. Oh, okay. Because I played the Raise the Draugr, so it did not trigger. So 13. What should I do? If I attack with all, what can they do? I have Kaya's Onslaught to save one of my creatures, which is really good. Sure. Do you want to block anything else? Okay. So both of these have instant effect, are instant, so I can play both and get 2 additional flyers out of the deal. So what creature do I want to save? I think one of my Clarion Spirits. It doesn't really matter which. So I don't have lethal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's only 9 damage, so not enough. So I will save one of my Clarion Spirits. I think that's the best thing to do. And before the other is killed, I know that I'm not using Jarl for all the benefits, but that way I gain 2 additional life, I get 2 additional flyers, so it's just great. It's just great for me. And now they probably scoop. They have 1 card in hand. Not sure if it's enough. Let me check. I think this gives vigilance and lifelink to a creature. 2 creatures actually. So yeah, no creatures. A bunch of equipments. This deck looks fine, I guess. It's not the best thing ever. Okay, what did they do to get an additional card? I don't remember exactly. Okay, bye-bye, opponent. Bye-bye. And we're in gold. Jesus, that was a fast climb. Let me check. Was this the 7th win? Was it? Was it? Was it? I don't remember. It was the 7th win. Yes! Yes! We did it. We did it, everyone. And of course, I couldn't have done that without the raid from Zeke. Oh, that felt so good. 7-1. Let's just take another look at this marvel of deck. Let's just do that. T creature. Nice. Oh, I know it's a broken deck. How many does this count? Okay, no, it does not count the uncommons and all of that. But yeah, so 1 uncommon, 2, 3 uncommons, a rare, which is just like okay, I guess. 4, 5. So, but no broken rares. 6, 7. So we got some uncommons, nothing to brag about. But the thing is, they worked very well together, and our commons were also very supportive for what we were trying to do. Oh, this looks awesome. This looks awesome. I need to take a screenshot of this. Okay, this was our deck. Let me get that out of the way. Okay. Now that felt good. That felt good. Okay, let us claim our prize. As usual, before we do the draft retrospective, we'll check out the packs and review the rares. I'll do some comments on the rares, like for limited purposes. That's what I'm most familiar with, because we typically don't see the rares that much, right? This is a nice card, by the way. Very nice card. Dragonkin Berserker. So the idea of this is you just attack with it and create a 5/5 dragon. If you can protect it, great, and create like 5/5 dragons in 2 subsequent turns. But bear in mind that it wears equipment and pump spells quite well because of first strike, and it's still a 2/2 body for 2. So no, so this is quite good. I've let my opponent attack with one of those, and it did not felt good. It did not feel good. That each player mills 4 cards, exile creature card from each graveyard until your next turn. You may cast spells from among cards exiled. So this is quite good. I would probably like a B to B plus, maybe. It's 3 mana. So typically you will be able to do some stuff. Spend mana, okay, so no snow or whatever. So it's first pickable, I guess. You can pick from both graveyards 2 cards that you can play on the next 2 turns, because the chapter 2 and chapter 3 enable you to use those cards. So it's a B, probably. B to B plus. Blood on the Snow. So if this is a very good sweeper. You get to save one of your creatures if you're playing with snow. So if you're playing with snow, this is a must-have. This might actually be a reason for you to draft snow, or at least it's first pickable if you on pack 1 pick 1, but it will incentivize you a lot to pay close attention to the picks from 4 to 8, 9, whatever, to see if you get the lands. Yeah, there's a bunch of these asymmetrical board wipes, which are just neck breaking, right? They're just too good. I do agree with you. Ascendant Spirit. This is so if you look this as some kind of level ups, right? You keep on paying snow, but the thing is, for me at least, I think it's so first of all, and before anything else, this has high snow requirements. But even if you have a lot of snow, okay, I would play this for sure, but you would be piling away so much snow into this card. It works well in the late game, bear in mind, because you might actually have like 5 snow mana or 6 mana on the battlefield, 5 of which in a really dedicated snow deck, 5 of which are snow lands, and you get this, or with the enchantment, the freezing frosty stuff, whatever, I don't remember the name. The freezing frosty enchantment that enchants a land or a forest you control. Okay, so next pack. Okay, some nice uncommons. Rise of the Dreadmarn. This is good. Depending on, so this is very good. Has a lot of potential on like or has the most potential on an elves deck, because your creatures will be small. You have some go wide synergies going on. So, and foretell, like leaving 1 mana up, it's just too little cost to pass on, right? And like trading a bunch of stuff, even some of them might get eaten by the opponent's blockers, but or actually the other way around. It's non-token creatures that die this turn, so it also counts your opponent's creatures. Again, with the Rise of the Dreadmarn, probably you'll also want to value a bit the things that give that touch. There are, I think that the land, the Golgari land, and one of the sagas give that touch to all of your creatures or something like that, if I recall correctly. Agar is just so good. Another one, so but Agar is also very good, and the giant stack is quite good. Once you start rolling and getting additional cards, drawing cards from Agar, it's just very good, very good. We actually drafted our first draft was a giant stack, and it did not overperform, but well, it was my first draft ever, like on the Thursday that the set was launched. So Righteous Valkyrie, I don't remember exactly. Oh, this is the 7 life or more, 7 life more than your starting life total. So this is, you actually find a bunch of clerics, not a lot of angels on common. 1 or 2, I think, 2 probably, maybe. At least 1, the one that gets cheaper if you exile a card from the graveyard that we played. But still, a bunch of clerics. All the clerics will actually just pump this creature. If you're playing in Orzhov, you'll have really a lot of clerics in there. And last pack. It's Showdown of the Skalds, and this is actually seeing some standard play, right? There's a lot of brewing happening with this card, if I'm not mistaken. Top cards of your library until the end of the next turn, you may play those cards. Whenever you cast a spell this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. So this incentivizes you to have cheap cards, right? You want to make the most out of your turn 5 and 6 if you play this on turn 5. So having your count of lands on this is a Boros archetype, so we'll discuss that in a bit. But yeah, you want to play as many spells as you can during those key turns, to put up as many +1/+1 counters on your creatures. The thing is, typically on Boros decks, since they are typically aggro, you might think that you want to play with fewer lands, but depending on your deck, you might actually still want to play with 17 lands, because you have a bunch of boost effects. right? That you essentially, those are mana sinks. So if you have mana sinks to get more value out of your creatures, you should probably skew a bit more to play 16, 17 lands or something. Okay, that's it. Let me just check if Mastery there's anything interesting. Not really. So next step is we'll do a quick draft retrospective. I'm just looking for the Streamlabs OBS window. Okay, here it is. And not this, not this, not this. 17 lands. So, okay, I want to focus on Kaldheim. Okay. So you see, with Giants we went 1-3. Sealed. I did a sealed game off stream 5-3. So it was actually nice, a nice deck, an interesting deck at least, and an interesting sealed. Splashing green just for 2 cards that were 2 gold cards, which is it was interesting. 3-3, 3-3, 7-1. Finally, we get something something better. So let's look into the draft. This website. Oh, if you don't know it, it's 17 lands. So there are a few things that are quite helpful. And if you don't know them, let me just I don't know exactly what I called it. Learning, maybe? Okay, it was learning. Oi! I spilled a bit of water. No worries, I'll take care of that in a second. Let me just let me open it up. So, but this site specifically, while I open it up, it's 17 lands. 17 lands. It installs you a small program that is left running in your background. Okay, and it's parsing logs essentially from your drafts. Yes, it tracks Arena draft data. And sealed too, so limited, essentially, hence the name 17 lands. But yeah, in that, in the link that you may find, that you can find on the chat, you have a bunch of learning resources that I compiled. In there, you'll find 17 lands. There are also other log parsers that are more geared towards constructed, for example. But yeah, this tool is just awesome. It's the best thing ever. Unfortunately, we're not seeing pack 1 pick 1 data. It would be interesting because we picked a gold card, even though a good one. So it would be interesting to understand what other cards were in the pack. But still, this is a problem with Arena. I won't say that I agree with you, but if there was only limited tournaments, I would be happy. But I need to practice some constructed in the coming weeks if I want to get to play some constructed. But yeah. Oh, but that's something that's a stage, AG Magic, and maybe you feel like it sucks, but it doesn't. But well, either way, it's a stage. Once you get over that stage, it's the best thing ever. It's the best feeling ever. Everyone starts on the same place. So, if the arena's economy would work better, I would also probably play more constructed. But it's so expensive to play constructed on like I draft for a while. I built a rogue stack, but like if I want to build an Yorion deck, I need to dump a lot of euros into Arena if I want to do something like that. Exactly. So AG Magic, that's actually the reason why I started drafting. I started by playing some constructed during late Ikoria, but then I was like, okay, no. So drafting will enable me to both fill in my collection, and I can show you. I hope not this, probably. MTGA Assistant. Let me check if it's this. Okay. Metagame, no collection. Let's check my collection. So this is another tracker. But so at least commons and uncommons, I have virtually every one of them, or well, a lot of them since M21, which was when I started drafting, or at least a bit more consistently. I drafted a bit on Ikoria, but not that much. But I started playing here in late Ikoria. M21, Zendikar, so 95. Zendikar I definitely played a lot. 99.8% of the commons, 95.9, so 60% of the rares, 33. I think this counts the like full playsets. Okay, this counts full playsets, and I'm just started building my Ikoria collection. So yeah, drafts enable you to gain or at least for me that's more important. Enable me to get more experience playing Magic. It enables me to learn better how to build decks, what kind of frictions might I fall into if depending on the deck building strategy, and I get to play good Magic while starting on the same base level as everyone. So for you to be aware, I've purchased like 18 gems at the start of Zendikar Rising, and see, I'm still virtually at the same, and I don't play that much. I don't play that much Magic, to be honest. I want to dedicate more time, but that's coming down the road. Still, I'm almost at the same place that I started. Okay, so after a while, you get to take some advantage out of this. Either way, moving on. Here in this pack, we picked the Feed the Serpent. It was very helpful for us in one game, but I think that was the single game that we saw it. Then in the uncommons, we had Rune of Sustenance, which actually wheeled the table, which is not. It doesn't make that much sense, but I guess white was widely open for us. Kaya's Onslaught it's good, but it's typically underrated, and so on. Clarion Spirit, our first one for sure. We passed the bound in gold, but first I wanted to build up strong foundations or invest in power. Okay, and Clarion Spirit is definitely one of the most powerful white uncommons. So yeah, nothing else I would want to pick. So let's just look into two of the picks after. So picks 4 and picks 5, and then we'll look into the wheel. Harold, King of Scamfar. So this is a payoff for being in elves. I don't want to pick these early. I want to pick these. I want to wheel this sort of cards in pack 1. That would be a good sign. We picked Raise the Draugr, Cinderheart Giant. It's just okay-ish. It's very expensive. If you have one of those giants, white is always open. Yeah, I guess there's some interesting effects going on. Like sometimes blue is overrated because it has been quite good in limited sets. White is underrated because it's typically bad in sets. White is okay-ish. In this set, the commons are not that good, but it has some strong uncommons. So, and it's a key piece for aggro decks. Unless you're doing Rakdos, it's a key. It's very strong in terms of aggro strategies. Raise of the Draugr. We were trying to keep up with our black cards. In a sense. Yeah. So the commons are all generally speaking a notch down that from what I'm used to, or from the recent sets. The uncommons are quite good, and there are some very, very strong uncommons. But the rares are just bonkers. They win games. left and right, and you are left wondering why the hell are you playing limited when you are left to those variants, to those variance events outcomes, I would say. Okay, here we were trying to hypothesize a bit on snow. It did not pan out, as we will see later, because someone on our left was already picking snow very highly. And it's also a problem when you have two snow. Well, I guess this always ends up being paired with a snowland, so go figure. Nothing really more to go home about. Here we were thinking about playing black, and this pack had no black, so we picked an okayish white common. There are other strong cards in this pack that are probably higher picks, but we wanted to do something that would work well with what we already had, and we had a strong white card. That was a bit the reasoning behind this, because this is okay, this is okay, this is okay-ish. I wouldn't pick it given the deck that we had. Let's go pick 9. Code Spell Cleric. This so what wield? Because we don't have pick one information, we cannot see what wield in there. Okay, but the key thing is really this known missing is so good. The snow critter, the priest. You mean? Well, if you mean the priest, in pack 1 typically you need to prioritize. Yeah, the priest is really good, but you can, if you're playing snow, you can wield these cards very easily, right? And probably and on pick 1, it's really important for you to pay close attention to snow signals, and sometimes you need to pick the snow card instead of the priest. So essentially, sometimes you need to. It's like you have the bombs, the snow bombs, then you have the lands on pack 1 at least. Then you have the good the good payoffs for snow, and then bombs or very good payoffs for snow, and then you have all the rest, right? So lands on pack 1 at least, they should be highly prioritized, because it's between like picks 4 or 8 that you understand if you should be playing snow or not. Oh yeah. So I don't know. And you're correct. I don't know exactly what was the rest what were the rest of the cards in this pack, but this might add wield, and no one, and the only player playing snow, which probably ended up with a crazy deck, had to let the priest go. But yeah, you find a bunch of priests here and there. Still very efficient removal for sure. Very good card for snow. But that's the thing, a bit no, this is known missing. This is known missing. So someone, yeah, but I guess see a snow swamp. Yes, someone picked the snow swamp on pick 10. I'm not sure what was missing from pick 9. But yeah, the thing about snow is you get the cards that are really good in a snow deck are typically don't find a place in other decks. They're bad. Yeah, someone is clearly snow, so I'm happy to have gone out of snow early. Kaya's Onslaught, still this wield, and what did people pick? Funeral Longboat. I think I would pick Kaya's Onslaught, depending on the deck, but Funeral Longboat, it's a good in aggro or whatever. But okay, but it depends. Maybe they were not playing that. Rune of Sustenance this time did not wield, it wielded afterwards. So let's look a bit into pack 2, just the initial picks. Usher of the Fallen, it's worse than Clarion Spirit for sure, but it can still do some stuff. If you play it early, sometimes because people are foretelling cards, you can manage 2 or 3 two attacks and 2 boasts of this creature, and that's quite good. Stalwart Valkyrie. Okay, nothing really to comment on that. Blood on the Snow. It pained my heart, but I had to let this go. Ascent of the Worthy, I don't value this that highly. This doesn't do that much. To be honest, it's sorcery speed, you're assigning all the damage to a creature, but that does not prevent the opponent from blocking your creatures, so it's a bit weird. Then you can return a card with flying counter. If that card would gain haste or something, that would be good, but I think it's just too slow, it doesn't do that much. Stalwart Valkyrie, and pick 3, Furia. So now I was happy. From this moment onwards, I was truly happy. So something that is very interesting to take a look at is pack 2, pick 9 onwards, because by now most people are already converging into a deck, so it's interesting to understand what people are doing. So we picked a bunch of white cards on pack 1, maybe not that many on pack 2. Still someone picked a Spectral Steel, probably not. So this is still a good enchantment. You can, from the graveyard at some point, you can replace itself. You can replace it with another aura equipment. This is really valuable if you have a Bound in Gold in your deck. So it's not only about pumping your creatures, it's also about removing your opponent's creatures. Auron's Epiphany, whomever was in blue was happy to play this, for sure. Green, so in terms of colors, funnily enough, so we don't see black being taken besides the Herald, which is a good sign for us. And white, two good cards were picked, but not two cards that I would value that highly. Spectral Steel I might play, but it's not that relevant, I would say. So green is being picked, blue, this is not a great card. So not a lot of signs here. And how did we start pack 3? So we picked a Varagoth just because it's in our colors. It's a strong creature. It's like but I would give it like a B- to B if you have some quality stuff going on in your deck. Like if you have the white mythic, whatever. Yeah. It's not the best thing ever. I would give it, generally speaking, a C+ to B-, yeah, and a B if you have something that you really want to take from your deck, like the greatest bomb ever. Scorn Effigy, it fitted our deck very well, and not a lot happening in the for our deck. Draugr Recruiter is too expensive for this kind of deck. I'm not looking towards spending mana on boasting, I'm looking towards spending mana on double spelling. Stalwart Valkyrie, another one. Probably this is the one that we did not play because we already had 2. So I might have picked a Rune of Sustenance. This is too much. Iron Verdict is not great in this sort of deck. Let's look into the wheel just very quickly. Mistwalker, we picked this just because nothing else was present here, and a very late Mistwalker, very late. Probably there was only one blue player, and they picked Narfi because they were also pretty high on snow. But Mistwalker is very, very good. Yeah, it's so good. I get ruined by this card so many times, and I ruin my opponent's plans with this card so many times. And in the first week, in the first few days, you could play like 4 or 5 typically. Yes, exactly. You need, there's the thread of activation. So threads of activation are halfway into into being evasive. And these creatures are already flyers, so they clog the skies like no other card. It's just too good. So some green card. This green card went away. Mystic Reflection. Someone wanted to try that out. 3 seasons. Snow-covered Island, of course. Yeah, Run Ashore is just too expensive for what it's doing. It's an okay-ish tempo play, but you typically the games are grindy, so it doesn't do that much. I don't feel really pressed to play a card like that. So that was it for today. I hope everyone had a wonderful time. I hope you learned something today. There are some... Oh, and by the way, if I missed a few people, thank you for following XCA Squash. By the way, probably this is not the way that that your name is to be pronounced, but XCA Squash. Okay, I think that will work. And El Azul, thank you also for following. So this is what we typically do in this stream. We review an article like we did at the beginning. If you're interested in rewatching that, because I think it's a really interesting article, I will be posting this on YouTube like in 2 days or something. So you can track there if interested. Either way, I already shared the link for the article so you can read. And then we do this sort of drafts where we try to apply that knowledge into actual gameplay. Once again, thank you all for joining. I hope to see you around next time for another 7x draft. And right now, let's actually raid someone.